All right. Hi, everybody. This is Scott Lopano with the Corporate Incubation Special Session. Thanks, everybody, for joining. We've got an awesome group of panelists to speak today, and we're really here to gather this group of corporate and entrepreneurial audience for a conversation to share some actionable insights, lessons learned between the large companies that are running some of the best accelerators in the country, as well as the startups that have gone through those accelerators and incubators, and the lessons learned from both sides of the table, ultimately with sharing some best practices for creating value, shared value across both organizations. Some housekeeping items. We will take questions at the end of the session. So please continue to submit them throughout. They will be posted to me, so I'll try to keep my eye out on questions coming real time, and I'll try to address a few of those as they come up. Otherwise, there'll be some Q&A at the end. And following the panel introductions, you're going to hear from two business development and innovation leaders, one at Wells Fargo's Innovation Incubator, the other at AT&T's Aspire Accelerator. And following that, we'll talk to two founders that have actually successfully gone through those programs and have made great progress. And before the Q&A, like I said, we'll bring all of them together to talk through, as a group discussion, some of the keys to building a successful corporate startup relationship. So first, I suppose we should do introductions. So I'll start just briefly with myself. I'm Scott Lopano, the principal at TechScore Ventures and Engage. We are an early stage venture firm based in Atlanta, and we run an early stage venture fund that's focused on companies at the seed and Series A stage based in the Southeast, many of whom are selling to enterprise B2B or marketplace companies. We also founded and run the Engage corporate innovation platform, which is really a collaboration of some of the major Fortune 1000s based in Atlanta and the Southeast. So you can think of Delta or Cox, UPS, et cetera, all from different industries who have come together to invest in a fund and be partners in a corporate innovation platform. Their goal really to learn from each other on how best practices for innovation, as well as really learn how to work best with startups in that anywhere from seed to Series B stage. So really thinking through early stage innovation across the country. And so excited to be here today to speak to the experts and really tease out some of the nuances that I've had the ability to see in terms of how to find best practices for startups working together with corporates. So let me just turn to introductions really quickly, and I'll bring on first and foremost Ramsey Huntley, Sustainable Finance Strategist with Wells Fargo. As a member of the Sustainability and Corporate Responsibility Leadership Team, Ramsey oversees the development and execution of Wells Fargo's sustainable finance strategy. I'll let him speak more to that role, but he has a fantastic background, having the responsibility for the bank's clean tech philanthropy programs, as well as the award-winning Wells Fargo Innovation Incubator, IN2, in conjunction with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. So he has a long career in sustainability and a passion for environmental policy. I'll let him speak here to a bit more about what he does today with Wells Fargo.
Great, thank you, Scott, and thank you to the U.S. Chamber for having me this morning. Appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit more about what we're up to here at Wells Fargo. As Scott said, my name is Ramsey Huntley, and I'm the Sustainable Finance Strategist here at Wells Fargo. So I work across the enterprise to develop and grow our sustainable finance opportunities, particularly those related to clean technology. And as part of that role, I'm honored to lead the Wells Fargo Innovation Incubator, or as Scott said, IN2, which is our programming that we support to work directly with startups and then the incubators and accelerators around the country that support them to really accelerate the clean tech ecosystem. So excited to talk about that here today. I've been here at Wells for about 2.5 years now. I came to Wells actually from a startup myself. I was at a clean tech startup for several years prior to joining Wells. And as Scott said, have a long history in corporate sustainability, in fact, with my fellow panelists and from AT&T, in fact, where I was on the sustainability team there and at DirecTV prior to that. So really excited to be here. I think this is a really interesting panel and topic, and hopefully the audience is going to get a lot of really useful perspective on what corporate innovation and engagement with the early stage community looks like. So thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you, Ramsey. Next up, we'll switch to the startup side and speak to Orlando Saez, who's the CEO of Acre, co-founder and CEO, I should say, an agriculture, diagnostic, data, and service company based in the Midwest. Orlando has a super interesting background, including operating experience as a C-level in 2 early stage companies with exits, successful exits, but also getting into the farming world. And I'd love for him to tell a bit more of that story on how he got to where he is today. So Orlando, do you mind just filling us in?
Thank you, Scott. And that's a long story. However, I invented myself. I think that we'll punt on that one for another topic.
Okay, but, fair enough.
Delighted to be here. Thank you for the U.S. Chamber. And thank you for the accident that brought me here, which largely has to do with Ramsey and Wells Fargo, since we are a company, a grantee for the IN2 program. So my name is Orlando Saez. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Acre. Started my career in the telecommunications space. And I did also work at AT&T. So, and, that's to you. 6 years ago, my curiosity led me to agriculture. I lived in a farm for several years, and that was the idea of the genesis of Acre. Acre is a crop diagnostic company. We work to essentially match problems in the field that growers don't know about, because in corn and soybeans, they don't understand where pest pathogens, insect, and weeds occur. And we help them spray so that financially they make the right decision, and they also apply only where exactly is needed in order to reduce the excess pesticide use and reduce or manage the human footprint. So we're excited to be part of this program, and glad to be here today.
Fantastic. Thanks, Orlando. That was good. We'll dive into the whole backstory another time, but really interesting stuff. And then Anne, who's been brought up already a few times, Anne Wintraub, we're so glad to have you with us, Director of Social Innovation at the AT&T Foundation. Anne really leads the AT&T Aspire Accelerator for EdTech startups and built the AT&T Social Innovation portfolio. But she's also developed programs with partners including Google, Warner Media, and Khan Academy, made some incredible progress for children across the Bay Area in a variety of roles and capacities. And just a few pieces here, previously Deputy Director for the San Francisco Public Library Foundation and Director of Communications for KQED Public Broadcasting. So much great work for the community and others. So Anne, do you mind introducing yourself with a little bit more about what you do for AT&T?
Certainly. And thank you to Scott and to the U.S. Chamber for having us. It's a pleasure to be joined by former colleagues and new friends. The AT&T community is a broad one. So yes, Scott, I lead social innovation for the AT&T Foundation, which is primarily about our work in education, driving innovations in education, and pursuing really positive impacts and outcomes for young people all across the country and beyond. So my work with AT&T is national. Scott, thank you so much for referring, to my local work outside of AT&T here in the Bay Area where I live. But I'm really pleased to share with you all more about our accelerator. I think it's really important to note that our accelerator is housed within our foundation. So we are really an impact first accelerator that includes both for and nonprofits. And Scott, I know we'll talk more about that later on.
Perfect. Thanks, Anne. And last but certainly not least, I want to introduce Hee-Jae Lim, CEO of Talking Points, who's had her interactions with the AT&T team, and that's what brings her here today. She's the founder and CEO of Talking Points, which is an education technology nonprofit with the mission to drive student success by unlocking the potential of families to fuel their children's learning, especially in underserved communities. Hee-Jae, you have an incredible story to talk about, and seeing as a Korean immigrant, sort of personal experience that led you to founding this nonprofit, but also has a long background, fantastic education, Oxford, McKinsey, and MBA from Stanford. So many accomplishments and an incredible background, and now here today with Talking Points. Can you give us a little bit more about what brought you here, the sort of interesting personal story, and then what you're doing with Talking Points and how you interacted with and worked with AT&T?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me here. I'm grateful to share the stage with you. So I am Hee-Jae. I'm the founder and CEO of Talking Points. And I founded Talking Points in 2015, really based on my personal experience growing up. I was born in Korea. When I was 8, I moved to England with my family. Went to a local public elementary school. About 2/3 of the students there were Korean immigrant students. And my mom, who was studying for a graduate degree at the time, became kind of the de facto parent leader in the school community, translating for a lot of the parents who weren't able to access the information that the schools were pushing out, and kind of saw the impact that that had on me and my sister at the time. And little did I realize, fast forward, academic research actually shows that family-teacher connections is twice as effective at predicting student success than their socioeconomic status. So Talking Points, we run a multilingual family engagement platform that allows parents and teachers to communicate with each other through web, mobile, and SMS, especially in under-resourced, diverse communities. And as you can imagine, COVID-19 has just propelled family engagement to the top of the priority list for a lot of the school and districts. So we are now reaching about 3 million families nationwide. And AT&T has just been so supportive of our kind of exponential growth in the last 5 years. So grateful to be here, and thanks, Scott.
Awesome. Thanks, EJ. I think just wanted to remind the audience we're going to move to the next session. So speak specifically with Ramsey and Ann a little bit more on the corporate strategies. And just a reminder that we're going to take questions at the end, but please feel free to submit that throughout. Great. I think we're going to transition now. So Ramsey and Ann, maybe for each of you, set the stage for us a little bit on when and why did the program you lead get started? It seems like there's always an interesting story on the genesis of the program. And we spoke about this earlier, how each organization has a lot of nuances between strategy teams and innovation teams and their incubators, their accelerators. Maybe some of them have none of those things. So just help us understand how it got started and where you sit within the organization today. We have the fortunate advantage of having someone from an AT&T and at Wells Fargo. You've got a massive organization in AT&T with so much reach and impact, and a big bank like Wells Fargo, a core piece of our economy. And those organizations can be complex to navigate. So it'd be great to know, how it got started and where you all sit in those organizations today.
Great. I'm happy to take that, Scott. So we are currently in our 6th year of our accelerator program. And I mentioned that AT&T's focus for more than 10 years now has been education. We have invested more than $600 million, empowering students to be successful and to prepare for their eventual careers and the rest of their lives. So the accelerator for us came from a process, interestingly, Ramsey, around the time of our DirecTV acquisition. It came from the recognition that our approach at that point, and this is about 7 years ago, with our philanthropy was deeply data-driven, and we were working with really established organizations with proven track records of efficacy in serving students, teachers, and families. And that's terrific. And that is still a core tenet of what we do today. However, we were missing an opportunity to support, what could potentially be the future leading organizations in education and specifically in EdTech by not being a part of the EdTech community. And given the resources of AT&T, by not really driving that innovation. So we started the accelerator, again, out of the AT&T Foundation, really from that impact perspective that we needed to be more deeply involved in the change making that was starting to happen in education and specifically around education technology at that time. And that's continued really to be the motivator for the accelerator today. The program itself, as I mentioned, is housed within our foundation, but it is deeply connected to all aspects of our business, from our 5G team to our marketing team to our education sales team. So my team and I work really feverishly to ensure that we are deeply embedded within our culture as a company and within our business colleagues' goals. I think that's ultimately been very successful to the internal success of the accelerator. And of course, then it's leaders like EJ who are responsible for the incredible external impacts that our companies are making. Together, our 43 companies are impacting more than 35 million students. They've gone on to collectively raise more than $45 million. So we're really looking to both, have those internal impacts on a company, as you said, with the scale and gravity of AT&T, and also first and foremost, those external impacts as we really drive for education, for change and progress in education at all times, but particularly today. Awesome.
Thanks, Anna. Follow-up question to that, and then we'll go back to Ramsey. But can you maybe paint a little bit of a picture? I know AT&T is broad and complex, but what are some of the other maybe innovation or incubation activities that are happening within AT&T? And I guess, how do you collaborate with them? Or, oftentimes they may just have very different impacts or purposes, and they sort of run on their own direction. Can you speak to any of those just to give some context?
Yeah, I think certainly I can. There's, innovation and there's innovation work happening all across AT&T. And of course, that now means, AT&T and our wonderful colleagues all across Warner Media, at HBO, at Warner Brothers. So, Scott, it isn't a simple question to answer. What I'll say, I'm doing with our 5G team, for example. So, whether it's establishing then what use cases can look like in education with, our teams who are thinking through the impacts of 5G on healthcare, on education, on social services. We tend to collaborate when we are bringing technologies to life and really bringing technologies for good, in having, again, a really dynamic group of alumni, and also an active program that's working with, 8 different organizations every year, bringing technology to students, families, and teachers.
Awesome. I think that's really helpful for the audience. Okay, great. And then Ramsey, I'll shoot over to you really quickly. So, do you mind giving the same background? So, how the program that you lead got started, where you sit in the organization?
Yeah, you bet. And not surprisingly, a lot of what Ann just described there is pretty relevant, I would say, for us as well. So as far as where the program sits in the organization, it is a philanthropic endeavor of the Wells Fargo Foundation. It's now, IN2 is now a $50 million philanthropic commitment that was launched in 2014. So I sit within the larger enterprise level public affairs team and have responsibility for working across the enterprise. So much like Ann described, I work with partners throughout the business. In our case, that might include bankers who directly work with some of the companies that come through a program like IN2. It could be with my partners in the renewable energy or the clean tech banking team. It could be partners within our corporate bank, as we have clients who are also engaged in innovation. So, my role is intentionally very cross-cutting, and we see IN2 as a bit of a proverbial tip of the spear, if you will, a leading indicator, if you will, of our commitment to clean technology, particularly technology that helps lead that transition to a low carbon economy. And where the program came from, like so many things that are entrepreneurial in nature, we saw a really substantial problem that there wasn't a solve for otherwise. And in this case, that problem was the dramatic implosion of venture capital dollars that were flowing into the clean technology sector post-2010. And we said, from a climate perspective, from a sustainability perspective, this problem hasn't gone away. It's simply that there's not capital being allocated against it now. And so the reason it's philanthropic is we wanted to fill in the wedges, the gaps, if you will, in that ecosystem in a way that we thought could help really accelerate the push forward for technology. And so we do 3 things in particular to support the ecosystem. One is we've got a network for identifying promising companies. That's how we found Orlando and Acre, for instance, right? We have a ability to validate that technology. That's where the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and the Danforth Plant Science Center come in and support these companies. And then third, importantly, we demonstrate and scale that technology. And so that is solving for challenges that any one venture firm or any one corporate, I think, would have quite a lot of difficulty doing by themselves. And I think of our philanthropy, frankly, these days as actually supporting an entirely new process. This was a new public-private partnership. No one had actually attempted something like this between a national laboratory and a private corporation. And so what we've done is actually prove out that you can do this, and it's a successful mechanism for accelerating promising technology at scale. And last thing I'll say just real quick, as far as like how we work with the rest of the business, you may be wondering why Wells Fargo is involved with a company like Acre, right? Somebody that's in the agricultural space. Well, Wells is the largest lender and has been for more than 20 years to the agricultural sector, really from farm to fork, whether it's at the farm and producer level, all the way through the ag value chain to the food companies, grocery, restaurant, you name it. We're at all pieces of that value chain. And so it's really important to us that we're supporting innovations within the ag tech space that align both with our core competency in working with that sector and our sustainability objectives. As you heard Orlando describe his company, he'll probably tell you more about this. They're focused on how do you reduce inputs, which is obviously improves the economics for the farmer and reduces the impacts from a environmental and sustainability perspective. So trying to solve for a variety of challenges through some unique programming like this.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ramsey. That's a great example and good deep dive on how Wells Fargo is making a sort of unique impact in a problem without a solve. I know for Engage, one of the things that always stood out to us was where we were limited and hampered by the sort of venture capital model. What we did try to fix a problem without a great solve was how do you commercialize innovation out of research universities into the hands of corporates outside of maybe sponsored projects and research, but really, organizations, companies that are getting started and need to achieve some sort of scale. And so we've tried to work through that challenge, and we've been impressed to see how many corporations really are passionate about, interested in piloting and testing some of those new technologies. And so it's kudos to forward-thinking organizations like a Wells and AT&T and others. But really quick tactical question, Ramsey, you talked a little bit about how you find companies. I know that's always an interesting challenge for our corporates that we work with as well. And do you mind talking to that? I mean, what's your process? How do you find companies to work with and evaluate them?
I love that question. We are always recruiting. We're never not recruiting. And we have such an incredible community of entrepreneurs who we've worked with. And I can't stress the importance of that enough. It's not just about the class that you're running, but it's about continuing to cultivate your community, because that pipeline, that's really where we get so many of our excellent companies. And we also think in a field like education, creating and fostering that community from the beginning of these companies' journey is so important to propelling their growth.
Totally agree. Awesome. That's really helpful. So now, while we're talking with Anne, can you give me a sense, how does your organization measure success? And I know you talked a little bit about the number of companies you've worked with, the students you've reached. So maybe those are the key metrics. But as you think about measuring success and then communicating that internally to the rest of the organization, what are some best practices, some tips for folks that are in the audience that might be in your similar shoes?
Yeah, and you're right, Scott. I mean, with regard to ROI, we think about both ROI and, ROL, right? Return on learning. And that, of course, gets to the external impacts, which I've spoken about previously. And I would say, and Ramsey, you probably feel similarly about this. What's so important to the success of the accelerator is, really creating a deep sense of pride across AT&T in what this program is, because it is really different. And it is not something that I think, at least a few years ago, it isn't something that would have been expected from a company like AT&T. So we take every opportunity we can to, really create a sense of pride for the accelerator. So, every year, our graduation that we do for our class, that's a big event. Last year, we did a program with Mark Cuban in Dallas that we broadcast out to all of our employees. This year, it will be with Sal Khan and Mia Bialik on December 2nd. So we're really seeking to bring great voices together with the accelerator to really instill that sense of pride. And then I'll also say that, just as we continue to cultivate our community of alumni, we're also continuing to work with and empower, entrepreneurs like EJ, whether through additional contributions, whether through, one of our alumni, Career Village, which is crowdsourcing for career advice, that now is a primary platform for our employee engagement. So we're always seeking to embed the accelerator both as a program within, the culture of AT&T, and then to bring different companies to solve problems or challenges or needs of colleagues across the business, not just in CSR, but beyond as well.
Great. That's awesome. Ramsey, what about on your side? What are some of the unique challenges, I guess, of communicating ROI in a Wells Fargo and finance environment as well? How do you think about that and translating to the bottom line, the cultural impact? How do you manage that from your team?
Sure. Yeah, and we look at it, I think in a number of ways, right? Like these are, for-profit companies. The way the philanthropy works is to support the programming and that the companies benefit from that programming, right? And so we very much focus on, how successful these companies are. So a couple of metrics, that I like to always bring up when I have this conversation is, how are we doing on job creation? And we've seen the companies that have come through the program now create more than 400 jobs since they joined the program. So substantial growth. Most of them have roughly doubled their employee count. How are they doing on follow-on funding? We've seen the companies come through our program receive $383 million as of the end of close of Q3 in follow-on funding, and that is not from like a small firm that you might not have heard of. That is from Breakthrough Energy Ventures, the fund that Bill Gates is involved with, from Steve Case's Rise of the Rest, for instance. And that leads me to the third point, which is we're also very interested in diversity and inclusion in this program. And so we have taken a very strategic view of geographic inclusion. If you think about where we as a country, if you ask the proverbial man or woman on the street and they said, where does innovation happen in the United States? They're going to raise their hand and say Silicon Valley. They're going to raise their hand and they're going to say Boston. And that is absolutely true. And we're absolutely show up in those places. But you know what? Orlando came to us from Minnesota. He came to us through an incubator in Chicago. So it's happening throughout the Midwest. It's happening with diverse colleges like University, or I should say Texas State University, San Marcos, where we have a partnership there that's growing our ag tech program. So if you look across the country, there are incredible incubators who are supporting the innovators that are out there. And so that's kind of the third leg of the stool for us. What are we doing to find the really promising, diverse and inclusive opportunities that this can align with our small business and diversity objectives? So it's quite an honor to lead a program that has this incredible financial metric with it, as well as the impact metric, both from a sustainability and a job creation perspective.
Great. Yeah, I think I'll just touch on that for a second because it's just super important to our mission as well as this sort of regional awareness of the kind of great technology, the incredible founders that are coming out of regions that aren't necessarily San Francisco or Boston, but a big piece of ours is Atlanta and the Southeast. And really one of the things that we've been trying to work through and figure out, a thesis we wanted to test is, can you build your innovation teams in where you're headquartered? For us, it's in Atlanta or in the Southeast, or do you have to fly those teams out to San Francisco? And I think it's been unique to find out that one, there's a ton of talent and things to connect with in your hometown. And then two, that people get on planes. I mean, maybe not today, COVID's made things much different in the year of 2020, but in general, innovation travels and they'll come to you. So it has definitely been an interesting time to try to pilot more regional focused strategies. And did you want to touch on that too?
Yeah, no, I'm nodding aggressively because I
good.
So important. And Ramsey, I'm so glad to learn more about your approach. We too have taken a really similar approach. And I wanted to jump in just to note, if anyone out there is considering, creating an accelerator, how important it is to design for, geographic inclusivity as well as DEI from the very beginning. So from the beginning, our accelerator was a virtual one. The pivot to COVID was not a challenge for us because we wanted to allow for parents to be a part of the accelerator, for former teachers to be a part of the accelerator. It is not everybody who can pick up and move to a Silicon Valley or a Boston or a New York or an Austin for 6 months. So I just wanted to jump in, Scott, just to, assert that we also share that value. More than 70% of our founders are women, more than 50% are people of color, and just, the tip to really design for that from the very beginning of your program.
Great. Yeah, there's a good amount of questions flying in right now about those pieces, which is awesome. I'll ask one that was posed specifically by the audience. Before I do that, though, this is just a great topic to pull that thread a little bit more. What's unique about the corporate accelerator, either mission or purpose or structure, that enables you to work better or at least more prevalently with diverse minority founders, maybe founders in rural locations? If you look across the venture landscape, you know what the numbers are, but I do feel like the corporate incubation and accelerator space is doing a great job of sort of flipping that on its head. So maybe from one or each of you, what about the structure or the mission or purpose enables you to work better in furthering those goals?
Yeah, I'll take that, Scott. I mean, I would say from our perspective, we were built, obviously as Ann was as well, from the ground up with a focus on impact. And so for us, this is a natural part of our mission. So we weren't built to solve a particular corporate innovation challenge per se. That wasn't what we're trying to do, right? We're not, a fintech accelerator. Wells Fargo does in fact have a fintech accelerator, and that is something we focus on within the company. But this one was impact oriented from day one, and so I think for us that meant identifying impact within the output. What is the product the company is actually doing, or what problem are they solving? But also, who are they? What do they represent, and what is their capability? And for us, I think recognizing the national footprint of Wells Fargo and where the challenges that we were working on, whether it's agriculture, building tech, construction tech, those are not necessarily things that are, software problems to be solved, in an office building somewhere in Silicon Valley. And it really does mean being out in those communities and being part of that conversation with, people on the ground doing construction, farmers in the field, solving real problems. So I think for us, it's just a very natural outgrowth of what we're doing. And we're leaning in even harder on that as we go forward with the program. So, much more to come.
Awesome. Well, we have, I'm trying to stick to the clock, 42 seconds left. So with time running out, one of the questions from the audience was, do your programs enable your employees, the corporates, to interact with the startups, leverage their skills, especially in COVID times, and connect remotely? Do your programs do that?
Yeah, I can take that. Certainly, and that's a great question. Our programs do that. And it's twofold. It's connecting our employees with the accelerator program. We are always reaching out to connect, experts within different working groups at AT&T, again, whether that's about sales or whether that's about marketing or whether that's about storytelling. And that doesn't need to be a senior level executive. In fact, often it's folks at very different stages in their careers who are most helpful to our companies. And then also, our alumni now is 43 companies. We have 8 new companies in our class. We're also always connecting those individual companies with, with colleagues who are driving work streams that, that our accelerator companies can help to benefit.
Perfect. Nailed it. Thank you, Ann. Okay, great. Well, up next, we'll bring on the founders to tell you more about their experience. Okay, great. So we've got Orlando and Hije. So thanks for waiting there for a little bit. I want to talk to you more about your experience going through these awesome programs. Kind of similar to how I kicked it off with Ann and Ramsey. Can you tell us more about just the beginnings, the context? At what point did you decide to explore entering a corporate accelerator program? How did you stumble upon these programs? If you could just give me the background context to start us off, that'd be great. Orlando, why don't you kick us off and then we'll go to Hije.
Happy to do that. So I guess the main motivation for us and for me personally is one that is an outlier maybe for some other folks. I was a executive in the telecommunications space and I had to reinvent myself. And I went into farming and I lived in a farm for 3 years. The only way that you can get third-party validation is having a sponsor that can actually bring that credibility up once you make that transition. So the only way that we can do that is to apply to accelerators that were in the space, because they're the stranger enough in the team to be able to understand and appreciate that what you're doing and giving you credit for the fact that, hey, you're a proven entrepreneur, you've done this before, but you're in a completely different space. There is a lot of access that is needed, especially in agriculture, in order to develop a platform, especially ours, which is a B2B. So for us, access to that network was powerful. The other thing that I would say that I think is relevant to a follow-up on Ramsey, it's a very important nuance, is how does Wells Fargo get to us, a small company in Minnesota? Well, they didn't get to us. We kind of got to them. It takes a village. We had won a accelerator in Chicago called the Clean Energy Trust in 2018. We were the winners of the challenge, and that was a interesting coming out in terms of being in a small farm and moving into a big city and having a spotlight that was more national. Wells Fargo was a sponsor of the Clean Energy Trust. And so when they went to recruit companies for the IN2, Wells Fargo doesn't have any agricultural background as well. They reach out to a number of groups that allow them to reach out to companies like us. So it takes a village. So it's a broad journey to get to where we are. And this is part of the excitement. How these serendipity connections make sense in terms of reaching out, relevance, and the excitement of us working with Wells Fargo and what we're doing is significant. And the reason we are excited of working in the IN2 today, which is the program that we received 2 grants already. We're headquarters at the Danforth Plant Science Center, which is the world's largest NGO plant science in the world, doing some incredible work. Is Acres, a technology company. So we're a whole bunch of engineers, we're techies. We needed a science foundation to what we're doing to balance the impact that we need to reach. And so bringing that intersection of technology and science, having an investor like Wells Fargo to support that journey and translating innovation into the market, it's a perfect storm. So we're delighted to be part of that for the last 2 years now.
Fantastic. That's a great story. And again, just great serendipity on how big organizations like Wells Fargo can be reaching organizations like yours, Orlando, and really what you can bring back to Wells Fargo and broadly, for your missions and your purpose for your company. EJ, do you mind doing the same kind of thing? So context on how you started thinking about joining a program and really why you made the decision to go into it in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. So we joined AT&T Aspire Accelerator in 2016. So the context is, I think we applied about 8 months into me starting to work on talking points full time. So it was super young startup. At the time, we were serving about hundreds of families, zero earned revenue, a very limited funding. So we needed all the things that, Orlando mentioned, including, credibility and brand awareness that AT&T as a Fortune 500 company brings, some technological support, given that we do work with mobile app technology and SMS. We also wanted, a cohort and the community of entrepreneurs that Anne mentioned. I think, in fact, we found AT&T Aspire, which at the time was in their second year of running, through other entrepreneurs in the kind of the education technology community. And, all the things that AT&T were able to kind of provide were those, right? So it helped us with our growth, brand awareness, tech support, among many other things. So, at the time we were just starting out, and there was no questions asked about the value that an accelerator like AT&T Aspire would bring to talking points. And here we are 5 years later.
So great. And I can see Anne smiling on the back end here. So this is, if I pause for a second, these are some of my favorite parts about doing things like this, is when you really find those successful moments of shared value that you create working startup to corporate. And those are big breakthroughs, and usually brings smiles to people's faces. So awesome stuff. Well, don't worry. In a little bit, we'll get to the pros and cons of the accelerator. So you guys can talk, you can dish the dirt on some of the things that did work and didn't work. We're used to hearing that all the time on our end. But before we go into that, do you mind just talking a little bit about, some of the things I picked out of both of your stories was working with a Wells Fargo or an AT&T might provide credibility. There may have been capital that was valuable for your startup at that time, access or scale. So whether that was a partnership or maybe an underlying partnership with technology or, global reach. So as you weigh some of those different things, what was most important to you heading in? And maybe what did you find after the program you find most important today? For instance, I find sometimes it's the capital number, and step number one is just find a way to get the business off the ground, and you leave the program realizing that the impact or the scale or the credibility might have even been more important than the grant or the capital. But it's different for every startup. So TJ, why don't you start that one off? But among those different value propositions, what were you excited about going in, and then maybe realized afterwards too that more valuable than you thought?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad you asked that, Scott. So I think, going in, I was just at the point of really wanting to get it off the ground. I think at the time, AT&T aspires, capital kind of philanthropic contributions, about $100,000. That was a lot for us at the time of having raised, let's say, $500,000 cumulatively. Now we're in double-digit millions. So if you think about kind of the size of the organization, what that funding meant to us, it was a lot. I think, as you exactly mentioned, Scott, what the value that we have since derived from our relationship with AT&T is so much more than the $100,000 per year contribution. So those include, the entrepreneurs that I have met through the community and the network, through AT&T Aspire, continue to be friends, peers that I go to with a ton of questions. How are you doing HR? How are you doing payroll? What does it mean in terms of recruiting a management team? I would say, credibility and marketing was a huge one. So as someone running an organization that is, penetrating school and school districts and educators, and often they ask us, who are your supporters? Where does your funding come from? And it helps a ton that AT&T has a real relationship with the education ecosystem through broadband, through access to technology, and they even sponsored kind of our attendance in major conferences. We haven't spent a single marketing dollar to date on advertising. The entire growth has been word of mouth, but it's conferences that AT&T has sponsored under their kind of co-branding with Talking Point that's really helped us grow. I would say, again, I'm going back to the technological partnership, because AT&T's business in, let's say, SMS and mobile, we've been able to, really accelerate some of our deliverability around parents getting the text messages because of the contacts that we've had within AT&T. And were we to do that outside in, I think it would have taken us years, given how complex and large AT&T as a company is. So all of those, and of course the funding, but I think I would rank the capital kind of that we were so excited about at the time, probably at the lowest end of the kind of the priority list and the value add. So yeah.
Great. That's perfect. And I find that, we have a similar experience with a lot of the startups that go through Engage. We're a follow-on investor as well. We are more from the venture standpoint, but we typically look for a lead VC to lead the rounds, and then we follow on. So there's capital, and it's always important, in that moment. And then we find that ideally you land a few customers, a strategic partnership that leads to the non-dilutive forms of capital, the revenue coming in the door, the new strategic partnerships that open new markets for you. Those tend to pay dividends down the road. But that was really insightful. Thank you. What about you, Orlando? What were the big revelations for you as you went through the program?
Geez, what am I not excited about? It's going to take too long, but I'll summarize it in this. So the first one, and we talked about it, is reputational validation, right? But we cover that. I think the other two that I would summarize is, one is value thesis and the other one is community. And so let me talk about the value thesis, because I think this is important. Acre would not be possible if we didn't get what I call, and we joke affectionately about this. If you know the show Big Bang Theory, we are the Howard Wallow. We're the engineers, and the Danforth Center has a whole bunch of Sheldon Coopers. There's 250 PhD, crazy smart people there doing genetic stuff and crazy stuff. And so the first thing that I walk in is a conception of the world as I see it, in terms of what we've been working for the last couple of years. So as a typical startup, we got this, we understand this. When we start talking with 250 guys that are uber smart, understand agriculture far better than we know, have global access, they completely take what we do, which is essentially we have our novelty as a drone. So we created a drone to be able to use as a mechanism to diagnose farms. And we can put all kinds of sensors. The opportunity to work with Danforth Sensor to expand the value thesis of what we do was remarkable. So that's the first thing. We thought we had it figured out. We were not even close. They expanded that tenfold. So that's the first thing. The second thing, and it goes a little bit to what, Ramsey measures and what all the sponsors want to hear, is for us as community. We added a new community to our roster. We were in Minnesota. We moved to St. Louis. If you know much about St. Louis, or if you don't, there's a small company in St. Louis called Monsanto, now owned by Bayer Crop Science, the largest agricultural company in the world. It's a small player in the industry. All that nexus of innovation happens in St. Louis. So if you want to do anything related to agriculture, you need to be in St. Louis. So this allowed us the opportunity to be there, to grow there. When we started the program, we had 3 employees. Now we have 11 full-time and 30 nationwide. So it goes back to this idea of what impact from a workforce perspective we have, but it's really about increasing the value, adding, new folks into what we're doing that can extend the value thesis of what we provide. And I can talk for this for hours, so I'll stop there.
That's great. You got to love to hear those success stories. Thanks, Orlando. Well, I'm sure the audience also wants to hear, what are, as you think about all these positives, the pluses, the sort of impact that you can benefit from, what are some of the considerations? What were some of the drawbacks? Maybe even if it's just challenges. Orlando, it seems like we've both spoken about the various ways to get introduced to a company and finding the right door. And as you put, getting your vendor ID. So there are challenges with working with corporations. It seems like, to the credit of Ann and Ramsey, you all have taken down some of those walls and made it easier to partner. But what are some of the considerations if you're a founder or a startup entrepreneur thinking about joining a program? What are some of the considerations, drawbacks, or challenges that you've faced?
I'm happy to take that, but I need to make a turn because, again, we're an agricultural company and we are involved in a accelerator that is supported by a bank. We're not, the corporate program that we're working, they're not a customer, right? So we're using their funding as a way to approach other enterprise. So I'm going to speak about kind of what you mentioned there, which I think is important, which is, what's the path of getting a vendor ID with some of these big companies? And we knock on doors of the big companies, and we're lucky enough to have a vendor ID with BASF, with Bayer, with Syngenta, with FMC. These are massive companies. So how is it that a small potato, small set of guys can go to a big company and get that vendor ID? So I think some of the challenges related to that are, the typical. You have to approach an enterprise like a marketplace. There are influencers, there are buyers, there are users. You need to do like a 5-force, Michael Porter analysis on the enterprise to be able to know how to figure it out. And so ultimately what you need is a sponsor. And the sponsor has to be either a buyer, an influencer with enough political capital that is willing to take a risk. Because part of the big challenges with enterprises is understanding that the livelihood of that particular manager is on the line by taking a risk with a startup, whether it's ours or EJ or any other entrepreneur. So the question becomes, how do you frame that properly? Well, they need to be a little bit crazy, what I call as we are crazy, because we are looking at the world in a different way. And that craziness or that idea of disrupting the status quo has to be a shared value by both sides, the sponsor and the entrepreneur. Once you have that alignment, the entire journey is all about how do you get it done? And it's finding the pilot opportunity. How do you create the small aspect of this? And I'll give you some of the challenges for us working to get a vendor ID. Insurance requirements. These vendors or these companies are used to working with big companies, so they expect you to have $10 million liability insurance and all kinds of things. Well, we don't. That's one example. The other one is payment terms. We have a couple of companies that have payment terms in their accounts payable that is 120 days. So from the time that you complete the job to the time that you get paid is 4 months in arrears. That's punitive to the startup. So finding the right sponsor that can have either local budget or a credit card that he can use to be able to drive value, to create an opportunity to demonstrate your technology. It's kind of how we've worked it out to be creative. So I'll stop there, but those are just some examples.
Awesome. That's perfect. Those specific examples I think are really helpful. Hijay, we've got about a minute and a half. Do you mind sharing your thoughts as well? I mean, partly in
Yeah.
terms of, the AT&T program, but even as Orlando expanded, just generally working with enterprise, what are some of the challenges and your strategies too, and how you face those?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a couple of considerations if I were to, think about what does it look like for founders' decision making in joining a corporate accelerator. I think the mission needs to be very aligned. So in terms of, our relationship with AT&T Aspire, impact and education and student outcomes was very aligned. The way that we do that was very aligned through technology and keeping people connected. I think, second consideration is, are you just doing it for the financials and the cash contribution? Because there is so much more to an accelerator. I have been part of accelerators where, it can take time on the part of the entrepreneur or the kind of the management team. So that's just a consideration in terms of, how can you be removed from the day-to-day operations of running a company? I would say, I think thinking, forward, what's on my mind is, what does growth capital look like as someone who's running now a pretty large nonprofit? We were at 25 FTEs. We're looking at about 70 people in the next 2 years' time, kind of also tripling our reach. So where does that come from? What does that look like? Where does talent and staffing come from? What does that mean to be in this remote work environment? So, all the things that any startup is going through in terms of the growth stage. And what does that mean in terms of our relationship with other enterprises as well?
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks. Well, I think we're at time for that session. So I think we'll move on now, and we'll bring everybody back to discuss together best ways to create shared value. Awesome. There we go. Everybody's here. This feels a little bit like the Today Show. I'm excited to say, maybe a more miniature version of the Today Show. But well, thanks for everybody for coming back. I think before I kick it off, I want to remind everybody, keep the questions coming. They're feeding them to me in the background, so we will leave it open for Q&A toward the end. I think we've got about 20 minutes for this session, and the rest will be Q&A. But would love to work that in to this session, because this is really meant to be tactical, focused on the best ways to work together and create shared value. And so I'm sure there's some specifics on people's minds in the audience. So happy to field those. But just to kick things off, and I think where Orlando was headed with that was actually a really great transition into the realities of how do you get that vendor ID? How do you, what are some strategies to break through? And I thought, Hijay, you also mentioned weighing the prospects of entering into a corporate accelerator and making sure your vision and mission is aligned. So why don't we dive first, Hijay? I want you to maybe double tap on that a little bit. And specific to, I know with Engage, we've had the experience where you sort of get out of it what you put into it, in the sense that when the founder is present and when a meaningful part of the team is really dug in on building the deep relationships, and maybe to Orlando's point, navigating the marketplace that is a corporation in terms of finding your champion and your buyer and lining them up. And so this really goes a long way to ensure that the effort you put into it tends to result in big results coming out of it. But we all know, as an entrepreneur and as a startup running a small business, there's a lot of demands on your time, very little capital to do what you need to do. So can you talk more from a personal standpoint, what it was like weighing that decision? Where do you devote your resources and time and talents and effort and capital? And how did you kind of make that decision in terms of this was a good allocation of time and energy and resources, which it clearly was?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can get started, but perhaps Anne can add on after from the accelerator's perspective. So, at the time, it was a no-brainer for us. That was for a couple of reasons. One was the fact that there was very little in-person time required. As Anne mentioned, it has been virtual for a while. So it meant that the kind of supports that we got from the AT&T accelerator didn't require that much travel. It was, via phone call or, video conferencing, which made a world of a difference. And of course, we would get together as a cohort and a community entrepreneurs a couple of times a year, but that wasn't too demanding on my time. It it is and continues to be a balancing act. So I think, 5 years forward, when I'm thinking about kind of my role now as CEO, it's a lot of it is management and leadership, which wasn't the case back in the day when you have a team of, 3 people, 3 to 5 people, and you have to deal with day-to-day operations. I think it would be kind of just an anecdote to share there, to kind of make my case in point is, as a small startup, AT&T gave us the opportunity to present talking points to the entire board of directors at AT&T. I mean, it's one of the top kind of companies in the US, and when do you get the access and the opportunity to do that? So great opportunity for us. We were in the boardroom for a couple of hours. I come out of the meeting, and it turns out that our servers were down, apps were down, SMS deliverability was down, the biggest bug to date. So that just highlights, what kind of balancing act it was at the time, in terms of managing, cultivating long-term relationships, balancing that with day-to-day operations. And I have to say, these relationships have lasted over time, right? So it's not just over the course of a 6 months accelerator, 5 years on, there is a reason Anna and I are on this panel together. So that's lots of learnings, but still growing and still learning for us.
Awesome. Thanks, EJ. I think there's really a lot to say to that relationship 5 years down the road, and kudos to Anne on fostering that kind of relationship. Maybe I will kick it to you really quickly. How do you ensure, I'm sure we think about this on our side, I'm sure you do as well, how to drive the best value for your startups, sort of bang for the buck? And I think doing it remotely as you have pre-COVID was seemingly a great strategy. So maybe what other things have you done to try to match that value with the time requirements or whatever it may be?
Yeah, it's a great question, Scott. I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but our accelerator, it's a customized experience for the organizations that we invite to join. So we spend a lot of time within our selection process, and every year we get between 300 and 500 applicants for 8 spots. So it's really, really competitive. And we're not just looking for the ventures that we believe are most poised for success. I mean, of course we're looking for that, but we're also looking to build a really dynamic cohort. And B, we're looking to make sure that we can create a customized program that will propel the companies, right? I mean, we're really clear about the assets and resources and human capital that AT&T has, and where we can best put that to use for the sake of the growth of our entrepreneurs. So we're selecting from the beginning for that purpose. And then I think, because the program itself is customized, we have a terrific entrepreneur in residence and team who's working, day to day in largely a virtual capacity to propel the growth of our companies. And then, as TJ said, we would get together a couple of times a year, and those experiences together in different cities, sometimes tied to a conference, sometimes tied to an AT&T event, sometimes just a place with a really vibrant ed tech community, where we're going to learn more and to showcase our companies. Those experiences we also designed really deliberately to be both as rich and beneficial as possible for the companies, and also just frankly as enjoyable. So we do a lot of breaking bread together and really getting to know one another. I think everybody affiliated with this program, both the core team that runs it with me and our colleagues all across AT&T, we're really bringing our hearts and minds to this work. And I think that's really been critical to making sure our entrepreneurs' time feels valued, and ensuring that, again, like 5 years down the line, here Hijay and I are on panels, and Hijay's incredible, and there are 40. Nobody's like Hijay, but we have 40 plus other entrepreneurs who could also be sitting right there and sharing their own experiences and the depth of their connection with AT&T.
That's awesome. Thanks, Anne. Going back to Orlando, and then there's a question which I'll follow up with next. But I wanted to dig a bit deeper on maybe some best practices or some anecdotes you could share in terms of positioning yourself as a startup in order to prepare for some of these insurance demands, some of the payment terms. I always think of, in our experience, it's been, how do you share data sometimes depending on, I guess, your type of customer and your solution, but the procurement process and legal. And then I'll kind of run it to Ramsey and just talk about what you've seen within Wells Fargo and how you're navigating some of those challenges. And obviously, as a regulated bank, the walls that you can't push on, the things that are in place for a reason. So maybe Orlando, how do you prepare for that? How do you weigh that considerations as a founder?
So I have two things. One is the forgiveness card, and the other one is competency. One of the things that I'm lucky, and there's a book that I recommend to everybody to read, which is Where Ideas Come From, which is this notion of tying innovation to natural evolution. The recent coral reefs are responsible for 90% or more than 90% of all the living species in the planet is because of proximity. So the adjacent possible is what makes things happen. So the equivalence for that for me is I've been lucky enough and very gifted to be a C-level executive in two companies that went public. And one of them was Boingo Wireless. And Boingo, I dealt a lot with airports, one of the most politically polluted places to do business. So once you get trained in that, believe me, you get your chops to be able to be successful doing anything, anywhere. So how do you get ready for that? It would have been very difficult for my co-founder, who had incredible chops in farming, to be able to go to a big company to actually present that innovation, no matter how technically and how much authority he has in agriculture to make the case. So what I would say first is competency. You need to have a technical co-founder, a business co-founder side by side. You need to have an MVP team that can go and walk the talk associated with these things to be able to negotiate it. So that's one. And the second one is a forgiveness card. So case example, we go to a big company and we say, hey, we like to do business with you. We find the sponsor, we triangulate everything we can. And then they say, well, you don't meet this. Well, I have a get out of jail card, which is the Ramsey, Wells Fargo. We've been involved in Thrive Accelerator and Yield Labs and Clean Energy Trust. All these third-party validation becomes kind of the forgiveness currency, right? It's like, is there a way to lower the barrier because you have these many other supporters that are backing what we're doing? And so some cases you win some cases you lose. You take your winnings and keep running. So.
Awesome. That's great. And before I hand it over to Ramsey, I do want to focus in on that point a little bit, which is the team and how important that is. I think everybody across the board, either from the startup or the accelerator side, can talk to what it's been like to have a strong team, and then how we evaluate applicants and potential startups on our side, especially to invest in. Team is something you got to get right, and you're really backing that team. They own the vision, and oftentimes that competency is the difference between spending 9 months running in one direction versus 9 months in another direction. And that's all it takes to be successful. So definitely an encouragement to those entrepreneurs out there to really find that great team and pull all the pieces together in the puzzle. And it'll make the journey, I think, quite a lot better. So Ramsey, if you don't mind, touch on that from the corporate side. What are some of the challenges that you face as a regulated bank? What are some of those things that startups could do to help make it easier for you all, for instance? I know that in Orlando's case, you were really enabling him to expand to new customers and new markets. But as you think about Wells Fargo working directly with organizations, or startups, what are some of the things that would make it easier for you all, right, to navigate the challenges on your side?
Yeah, and I think it's important to circle back to what Orlando said a few minutes ago, which is he's an agricultural company. We're a bank. And those two wouldn't seem to be a natural fit otherwise. And so I think what's unique about our approach here is that we're focusing on this from a problem that we're looking to solve holistically, globally, however you want to describe it, from a sustainability perspective. So we didn't set out to say, okay, this is a problem this bank has, and let's solve it for ourselves. Or, corporation XYZ has this particular challenge we're looking to tackle. For us, rather, it was like, we've got this big area of interest we're looking to dive into. How could we best go about that? Maybe that's inside our four walls, maybe it's outside. Obviously, as you can tell, we chose to go outside the four walls, and I think we've been incredibly successful because of that. But I think for corporates, it really is about understanding what is your core competency, and when you're thinking about where these things touch upon that core competency, how do you benefit from that internally, and what is it that you're trying to achieve? And should you be the one to deliver on that, right? Just because you have a core competency that is aligned to, a specific outcome or a specific capability doesn't necessarily mean that you should be hosting startups yourself that are working on that for many of the reasons that Orlando alluded to, right? Rather, is there a way to work outside that system perhaps to deliver on that? And Scott, it sounds like a lot of the work you're doing is, aligned there too. And kudos to my fellow, corporate partners that are working with you guys and recognizing that, because I think there are a lot of different paths one can take to solve on this. And I would say for us, if you think about a bank, you think about your particular financial products, right? You think about offering, checking accounts or revolving line of credit, whatever it might be. Sure, we do that. That's a core competency. But we also are deeply embedded across the entirety of the economy. And so what that means is we have connectivity into lots of other areas within the economy. As I mentioned earlier, we're the largest lender within the agricultural economy. What does that mean? We have connectivity with clients all up and down that ag value chain. And so for someone like Orlando, he could pick up the phone and say, hey, we are looking to solve this challenge, or we have this particular problem. And we think these three companies might be ones that we should talk to. Do you guys at Wells Fargo have connectivity there? In most cases, the answer would probably be yes. And, we have a capability to make those sort of connections. So I think for us, it, feels a very interesting niche, and, allows us to, lean into what we do really well, but in a way that isn't necessarily like, okay, the company is going to become a vendor to us, because, again, as, he's describing, that probably wouldn't necessarily make a lot of sense.
And if I can say, Scott, there's an interesting nuance that Ramsey and I share that I think might be important for the audience here, which is this. What we're doing together is actually falls in the category of wicked problems that the world needs to solve, right? How do you solve the food supply? How do you solve healthcare? How do you solve, governance? I mean, there's wicked problems. So this is a classic example of a company, Wells Fargo and Acre, having a little bit of that craziness in terms of how do we plot to go together to solve this problem. And so here's what's interesting that is important from a construction of accelerator. The Wells Fargo, they didn't say, oh, we're going to invite these companies and we're going to have domain expertise internally to be able to figure this out. And they didn't do that. What they said is, no, we're going to partner and find out who are the other crazy people that are trying to solve this wicked problem. And that's where they went to the National Renewable Energy Lab, through the clean tech portal, if you will, and landed in the Danforth Center to be able to say, let's pick this group to be able to architect the right way to drive an accelerator, the benefit of which to Acre is having somebody as a sponsor like Ramsey's group that is not necessarily trying to business model our way to success as other accelerators do. And I think that's a very powerful nuance that I think is incredibly powerful in the way of the genius of, how Wells Fargo decided to go into this and say, let's solve this wicked problem, and making real execution moves in a way that we're doing this together.
That's brilliant. Okay, great. Thank you for diving into that. And I do think that's underappreciated. And maybe to Ramsey's point, a lot of large corporates are beginning to think about how they can partner to make a change, as opposed to thinking of innovation purely as build or buy. And just as an anecdote for the audience on our side, we work with all of our corporate partners to try to digest their corporate strategy and think through how they look at innovation. And we've tried to narrow down a very, very complex process into push or pull. And it usually comes down to, you can kind of find out which group you're working with. Are they really pushing business issues out to the innovation ecosystem to find solutions? Or are they, sort of out meeting startups, open to new ideas, open to crazy teams focused on really hairy problems, and then pulling that back into the organization to find buyers and champions? And so I just encourage the startups to kind of think through which group is doing which type of innovation, and then positioning themselves appropriately. Because for instance, if you're working with someone who's pushing and you're trying to push a solution that doesn't match a business unit problem, you might be going up a steep hill. Great. Well, it's crazy, but we only have 5 minutes left. I do want to address some of the questions in the chat. The one most recently that came in is speaking to some of the challenges, and I think the things that have been presented to us more closely and more personally in 2020. But how has the Me Too movement and Black Lives Matter, both of those movements, really impacted the programs and the strategy? And it sounds like really both Anne and Ramsey, your programs were built with impact-centric from the bottom up. But what has 2020 done to change the way your program's focused on, or maybe not change much at all, but maybe provide some firepower into tackling these big, challenging problems? But yeah, just talk to us about that.
Yeah, Ramsey, I can jump in on that. So yeah, certainly I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't be so bold as to say that our accelerator, like, we got this, we're good with regard to Me Too and Black Lives Matter, because we all need to examine and change and grow as a result of everything that's happening in this world, which we most certainly have. And, you know, for us, that's taken shape in a number of different ways. You know, one, in the way, of course, that we're conducting our current class. And what that really means for us is supporting the way in which our companies are pivoting, right? So whether that means that they are, you know, being more deliberate with how they talk about and address social issue, or how they talk about and address young people rising up their voices, and how we can help in amplifying that, you know, just supporting, and in some cases, you know, helping our companies to change and evolve to meet the needs of the current moment. And then with regard to COVID, of course, and the school closures, AT&T very swiftly, as soon as the impacts on schools were made clear in March of this year, we created a Distance Learning Family Connections Fund, a $10 million fund. And a certain proportion of that fund went to aiding many of our alumni, you know, Hijay and Talking Points being one of them, who were facing unbelievable demand for their services and needed help scaling, you know, particularly with regard to family engagement, tools that were helping teachers to transition, tools that were supporting, you know, students in this new world of distance learning. So we've taken both, you know, a supporting our companies in their pivots and growth approach, and then one that is specifically about, you know, the systemic change and the resources that AT&T can bring to bear to propel this movement forward.
Great, awesome. And Ramsey, any comments to that as well? I mean, you have sort of variety of impacts and metrics and goals for the program, but how has this year maybe changed the way you think about the program, or has it, or even just the way that the companies you partner with, like Orlando's company, how they've been interacting?
Yeah, and I'll answer really quickly. Two brief things. You know, one, we took some funding that we had programmed to support our nonprofit incubator and accelerator partners and pulled that forward so they could work directly with the small businesses like Orlando's to help them through the economic gap that COVID created. And then second, we are doubling down on our diversity, equity, and inclusion engagement as we go forward. And in fact, are going to release a funding cycle that, again, will work with those nonprofit partners that are out in the community to develop programs targeted way upstream to bring in new entrepreneurs well in advance of our program. So this may not even benefit us directly. In fact, I suspect it may not, because these are entrepreneurs that are not even at a place where they will qualify for our program, but rather we want to identify those diverse entrepreneurs very early on and put the support around them from their local incubator and clean tech ecosystem, such that they can actually grow a business and engage in this space as they go forward. So really excited about what that's going to mean for us next year.
That's fantastic. And kudos to the Chamber for bringing on incredible organizations like we have here and entrepreneurs that represent solutions to these big, hairy problems beyond just necessarily, incubation or acceleration for purely financial returns, but so much more, which is awesome. I know we're getting close on time, but I did have one last question. And so this kind of brings us a little bit back to where we were mid-session, but Orlando, as you talked about, or I guess it was Hijay, that talked a little bit more about finding a shared vision and making sure that was aligned before you joined. The question was, when it comes to community buy-in, and you think about finding champions and you think about finding people in the organization that are just crazy enough to make that career risk to partner with an early stage company, how do you thoughts on gaining the trust in your vision? So on enabling that person to trust you in your vision for the future and for the company.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for asking that, Scott. I mean, I think if your vision is clear in your mind, if your vision is clear, externally communicated, if your vision is compelling and relevant to what's going on in kind of the problems that we have, all kinds of issues out there, I think That's the start. And then, of course, you do need to find champions within these companies, or your investors or your philanthropic contributors, to be able to share that vision and actually grow together, because it's a learning journey for, I think, all parties involved. So it's really very much a shared vision that you're cultivating in line with all the stakeholders as well.
That's fantastic. Can't think of a better way to close than clarity and vision. Very hard to do, and it seems to evolve over time. But gosh, it's valuable. Great. Well, we're out of time, so I do have to kick it back to Alexa and the team. But Jay, Orlando, Anne, and Ramsey, thank you for joining me and the Chamber, and thank you to the Chamber for allowing me to host this discussion. It's been really valuable for me, and hopefully for those listening.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Marianne Gomez.
Hello. Welcome to day 2 of our 2020 Corporate Citizenship Conference and Awards. I'm Brooks Nelson, and I lead the Community Resilience and Disaster Response Program here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. We hope you enjoyed the first day of the conference and took advantage of the unique networking and collaboration opportunities provided by our virtual platform. If you missed any of the action of day 1, you can watch the sessions on live. You can also keep up to date with the conference news on Twitter using the hashtag #BusinessSolves. COVID-19 has impacted every individual and every community. And today we'll look at how businesses are stepping up to support lives and livelihoods as we face one of the largest health, economic, and social crises of our time. The pandemic is highlighting the deep-rooted health and economic disparities in our society, including the impact on small businesses and communities of color. Our speakers today will discuss the disproportionate impacts of these converging crises on racial and ethnic minorities and how all sectors can come together to address the long-standing inequities confronting communities of color through diversity and inclusion programs and other long-term efforts. With shutdown orders bringing businesses to a standstill, small employers have also been hit hard by the pandemic. During today's conversation, we will also explore ways to help small businesses build the resilience they need to emerge stronger from these crises. From the classroom to the boardroom, the stresses brought on by the coronavirus and civil unrest have impacted us all. Additionally, we will look at how we can support the mental and physical health of our families, employees, and communities, now and beyond 2020. Today, we will also announce the winners of the Citizens Awards for the Best Economic Opportunity and Empowerment, as well as Best Commitment to Education Program. So there is a lot to look forward to. Throughout the day, we encourage you to take every opportunity provided by our virtual platform to connect, engage, and build valuable relationships that last beyond this event. Take a picture using our virtual photo booth, use the directory for one-on-one networking, and join the Ask Me Anything sessions with our Citizens Award winners. Thank you for joining, and we really hope you enjoy the day ahead.
I'm Shelly Bell, the founder and CEO of Black Girl Ventures. We work to create access to capital for Black and Brown women founders. We have funded over 100 women, serviced over 600 entrepreneurs, and we've worked with some of the largest corporations in the country, such as Google and Visa. We have also worked with impactful corporations like Warby Parker and Rare Beauty Brands. We know firsthand the impact of CSR. I've also worked in workforce development and spent time as a K-12 educator, so this award is near and dear to my purpose as a leader. The Citizens Awards recognizes the most innovative and impactful corporate citizenship programs from businesses, chambers, and associations of all sizes. CSR is more important now than ever. While reviewing applications, it was important to me that the best candidates express the value of long-term solutions to help rebuild our economy and our communities. The 3 finalists for the Best Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Award are Accenture, Flagler Force Traffic Control Services, and the PepsiCo Foundation. Let's learn a little bit more about their work as we await the big announcement.
The finalists for the 2020 Best Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Program Award are Accenture. Accenture's Impact Hiring Program closes the gap between formal education and career opportunities by creating work-based experiences that provide access to innovation economy jobs. In 2019, the company brought on more than 200 apprentices, 203 interns, and 45 direct hires through nonprofit partners. As part of Impact Hiring, Accenture hosted interns from other companies whose opportunities ended due to the global pandemic and will serve 1,250 young adults in 2020. Flagger Force Traffic Control Services, LLC. Nearly 1/3 of the U.S. working-age population has a criminal record. Flagger Force creates meaningful career opportunities for this underserved population. Since launching its workforce development program, Second Chance crew members make up 13% of Flagger Force's employee base. Flagger Force's workforce strategy saved the company's home state of Pennsylvania more than $7 million in incarceration costs over just 2 years. The PepsiCo Foundation and CARE. The PepsiCo Foundation joined with CARE to launch She Feeds the World, a program tackling gender inequality in the agriculture sector. This program helps women obtain land rights, farming equipment, and marketplace access while providing financial and agriculture training. In 2 years, the program reached 191,500 women and families in Uganda and 11,000 in Peru. Recently launched in Egypt, the program is addressing COVID-19 related food insecurity and creating access to farmer financing.
Wow. Amazingly powerful work by all 3 category finalists. Very well deserved. Congratulations to Accenture, Flagger Force, and the PepsiCo Foundation for all of their achievements and for this recognition. For those tuning in to the Citizens Awards for the first time, or are veterans of the Chamber Foundation's awards program, whether as a former applicant, judge, finalist, or winner, you can finally put a face to the name. My name's Alexa Miller, and I've had the pleasure of leading the Citizens Awards for the past few years. But if you tuned in yesterday, you'll know that this program is now 21 years in the running. And we've enjoyed working with the tens of thousands of you that have participated along the way. But without further ado, I want to get to why we're all here today and why our finalists are nervously waiting in the backstage area. The Best Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Program Award. So let's see who we've got in the envelope. The winner of the 2020 Best Economic Opportunity and Empowerment Program Award is PepsiCo Foundation and CARE. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Alexa. And I'm John Banner, president of the PepsiCo Foundation. On behalf of our team, it's such an honor to accept this award for She Feeds the World program. We have been committed to helping tackle gender inequality in agriculture. And while we have made significant progress, we remain committed to do this great work to help build a more sustainable food system. Thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation for recognizing our accomplishments. I'd also like to thank our dedicated employees who make this investment possible, and especially a big thanks to our partner CARE for all their work in helping this program come to life. Thank you.
And Michelle Nubb with CARE USA. We're so proud of this partnership. And John, we can't thank you enough from the PepsiCo Foundation for your visionary leadership and commitment to defeating poverty, to lifting up women and girls, to achieving gender equality for women smallholder farmers. We know that together we can feed literally tens of millions more people, and we can empower millions more smallholder women farmers. So we look forward to more to come. And thank you to the U.S. Chamber Foundation for this wonderful award and honor.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this very important forum. I certainly want to thank the U.S. Chamber Foundation and all of the companies who joined together for this very important panel conversation, More Than Words, Opportunities for All. As was said before, we've all recognized that the systemic inequalities across America have been ushered to the forefront over the past year and have pushed to us as a society to confront the racial divides in our society. Our whole broad equality of opportunity agenda and initiative at the U.S. Chamber is, yes, about policymakers providing prescriptive solutions, but it's also about the business community solving these complex problems before us and creating equality of opportunity for all. And I certainly want to give a shout out to all of the companies, the awardees, the finalists, and companies across America who stepped up their efforts to do even more to provide more equality of opportunity. A special shout out to AIG, Altice, and certainly American Express, who've joined us in this panel this afternoon. And let's jump right in. We have an extraordinary panel today of two. Walter Fry, who's Vice President of Global Brand Engagement and Design at American Express, and Dr. Victoria Graham, owner of Hancock Graham and Associates. Thank you both for joining me this afternoon in this dialogue. Walter, I'd love to start with you. We talk about Black businesses and moreover, the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on Black and minority businesses across the country. How do you see the landscape and why is this such an important topic to American Express?
Well, thank you for having me. It is indeed a very important topic for us at American Express. I think to explain why it's helpful if I share some of the context around our experience supporting small businesses over the years. Many might not know that in 2010, American Express actually created Small Business Saturday. And that was in response to hearing from small businesses around the country that they really needed help attracting customers into their stores during that busy holiday shopping period and help competing with the big box stores. And so for the last 10 years, we've been amplifying the message about how important it is to support small businesses and about the importance that small businesses play in communities. So naturally, when this year the global pandemic hit and hit small businesses so hard, we realized we didn't have to tell that story as much because it's been painfully clear in terms of the news media and in terms of the conversations happening in homes across the world about the importance of saving small businesses during this time. So as we thought about how we might get involved, we first launched a coalition called Stand for Small. And Stand for Small has brought together 100 different large corporations to help small businesses in different ways. And we also launched an offer to specifically incentivize consumers to support small businesses. But what we've saw this summer is that, as you've mentioned, Black business owners have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. So we thought that it was really important to launch dedicated efforts to support the Black community. In addition to some immediate philanthropic efforts with the NAACP and the Urban League, our next call was to you, of course, at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. You guys have been longtime partners of American Express, and we are very excited to work with you to develop the coalition to back Black businesses. And the coalition has been a first of its kind, bringing together of the four major Black chambers of commerce, the National Black Chamber, the U.S. Black Chamber, the National Business League, and the Walker's Legacy organizations to provide grants, much needed grants to Black-owned businesses. Really proud to say that American Express has committed $10 million in grants and mentorship in the first 4 years. But we also designed the coalition to invite other corporations. And as you mentioned, we are really thrilled that with your support, AIG Foundation and Altice USA has joined the effort as well.
Wonderful. Listen, we thank you. I mean, American Express, you're right, has been standing up for small businesses for years. And we're grateful that you're stepping up in an extraordinary way in bringing all of these coalitions, these Black business organizations together to create a coalition, which is very unique. Victoria, you're what it's all about. I mean, you're an entrepreneur, you're a business owner. I wish I was in Southwest Florida right now rather than in DC. But tell us about your experience with your company, and what are the challenges that you've seen and been confronted with as a Black-owned, as a woman-owned business and a Black-owned business owner?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Black-owned businesses in this area. And thank you for being one of the recipients of the grant from American Express. One of the things, or the major part of challenges that Black businesses have had in this area is funding, and is the funds to be able to continue to run their business, especially during the COVID session. But other than that, the other challenge is being educated as far as how to run their business in the back end. A lot of individuals that have businesses, they know how to do hair, they know how to be a mechanic, they know how to cook and have a restaurant. But the majority of them that I have found, they do not know how to run the back office as far as understanding their financials, the tax part of it, the legal aspect of it.
Yeah, I'm struck by what your company does. I mean, you got some fancy names and terms. You're an enrollment agent licensed by the federal government. You're a certified accounting agent. You're an agent, literally, in terms of your work to broker these opportunities that you just described, whether it's bookkeeping or payroll, or taxes, helping Black businesses have the skills needed and necessary to survive. So, I mean, what else do you see out there in terms of the needs that Black businesses have to be sustainable, not just during this pandemic, but beyond?
Well, the biggest thing, like I said in the beginning, was education. I believe that we should start from high school, educating our children as far as financial literacy is concerned. I can remember growing up in New York, and we always had a course that we had to take it taught us how to balance a checkbook, how to basically live the game of life. I don't know how many remember that game, but it would give you scenarios and what you should do in those different scenarios as far as financially. And so nowadays we don't have that. A lot of that has been taken out of the schools. And I think that is very important that we start there. And then as we go into the small businesses or the Black-owned businesses, that would help them if they were educated. In our company, we go around to nonprofits and also for-profit organizations and give seminars to teach them about the back end of running their office. A lot of times we'll suggest that they read certain literature or certain publications. One of our biggest publications that we want them to read is the E-Myth. So many people feel like they can go into business, but they don't know how to run their business. And they fall because they go out of business because they don't know how to read their financials, or they don't know how to get a loan from a bank, or they don't know how to manage whether they should buy more inventory or if they overbought. So those things are very important. And we've been in this area for about 14 years helping a variety of businesses, whether you're a truck driver, a restaurant, attorneys, and doctors. You believe it or not, even doctors and attorneys do not know how to run the back end of their office. So it's really important that they get educated about finances and also even the structure of their business, whether they should be an LLC or S Corp or C Corp, and what the difference is as far as on the tax side and the legal side.
Yeah, you raise a good point. And we also, I was struck when we had a chat earlier, we have to understand in this ecosystem of Black businesses, these are also barbershops. These are beauty salons. And these are not just businesses who are maybe just sole proprietors, but they're very important anchors in these communities and very important parts of the social organizational structure. So thank you for the work you're doing. We did a research piece in partnership with MetLife, where we found that minority-owned businesses are more likely to report trying and actually failing to secure a loan, get lending to survive during the economic downturn. And as we work closely with Congress around the implementation of the PPP program, did you experience any challenges, or have you experienced any challenges in the lending process and getting access to capital for your own firm?
Well, we helped a variety of different businesses in order to secure loans. And the biggest problem is, like I had mentioned before, is the financials. A lot of them did not have their P&Ls, or they didn't have their balance sheet, or they didn't have tax returns. And a lot of them, maybe they were sole proprietors and they registered themselves as LLCs, but didn't realize they were not a separate legal structure. So now we had to go in and make them a separate legal structure or show them what to do with their taxes in order to apply for the loans. And a lot of people missed out because they did not have individuals to go to in order to help them. So even though there might be people out there that can give them that service, a lot of them could not afford it. So I am very appreciative to American Express that they were able to grant me some funding so I would be able to help some of the small businesses in this area. But there are a variety and so many of companies that did not have that opportunity.
You bet. I want to come back to you on that. Walter, the coalition to back Black businesses, again, we said it's unique, it's exciting, it's bringing people together to focus on this common goal. How are you leveling the playing field? I mean, this is really significant, and we look forward to working with you to continue to grow and expand this coalition.
Well, we designed the coalition to really respond to the two biggest needs of Black business owners. And I'm really glad that Victoria validated the two that we were hearing, which is around capital and an immediate need for infusion of cash, as well as mentorship and education. So when I talk about capital, we work in the form of grants. So this is money that doesn't have to be paid back to American Express, but also we raced to bring this program to market because we knew how essential timing was and how important it is for businesses to have money now when they're recovering from the pandemic. In terms of mentorship, this is something that's not discussed enough, and I'm really glad that Victoria has focused on the importance of education. We released a study just this week that showed that 92% of small businesses had to pivot the way they do business this year in response to COVID-19, whether that was increasing focus on online distribution or other adjustments to adapt to the new normal. And so we knew how important it was to have the right education and the right mentorships to guide businesses during these times when they need to navigate in new directions. We released a video podcast recently called Built to Last. And that podcast features Black business owners from both the past as well as current day modern business owners. And almost everyone has talked about the importance that mentorship has played in their business. On our most recent episode, we featured Melissa Butler, who is the entrepreneur who founded the Lit Bar. And she talked about how hard it was as a Black business owner to find mentors who could help her because there aren't as many in her space. And she talked about the impact that once she found those mentors, it had in terms of accelerating her business and creating the right connection points that have really helped her get to the successful point that she is today. So when we designed our program, we focused on both the grants, but also the mentorship. And we're really thrilled that Micro Mentor is going to be a partner who works with us to bring that mentorship to our grantees.
That's really incredible. And obviously right now it is about grants. I mean, how do you get immediate money to pay the bills and keep the doors open? And recognizing that we have to solve for the long-term access to capital challenges. And I'm excited that we're convening not only banks, but looking at venture capital and private equity. How do we unleash all of the capital possible and make it more accessible to Black-owned businesses across the country? I heard someone and I'm going to steal this, but they made a really interesting point that your network determines your net worth. And one of the things that I heard from talking to Black businesses across the country as we were engaged in the distribution of the PPP funding was the lack of relationships and networks with banking and other institutions. Victoria, what has been your experience there? And I think that's sort of what the coalition solved for, is also building relationships. But how important relationships in order to drive and sustain and grow a business?
Well, I have a mentee currently, and she asked me, what is the most important thing as far as building my business? I said, you have to be a people person. You have to build relationships. My slogan for my business is converting transactions into relationships. People have to feel comfortable with you. People have to feel, be able to trust you. And so building those relationships is so important, not just for a client base, but also for networking as far as connecting with other businesses. If you do not want to be involved with people and helping people and rendering them your services, you cannot build a business. So relationships are very important, whether you're looking for a relationship to get funding or getting relationships in order to build your business. So many people I find that are in business, they are afraid to give help to other people that are in the same business that they are, thinking that they will lose clients or not be able to grow. And that is not true. A lot of times, if you help other businesses, which we need to learn, is that you will grow also. You will not be left behind, but you will also bring someone else with you.
Yeah, that is so incredibly important. I got to ask you, Victoria, you are a mother of three.
I am.
3 boys. How in the world do you balance growing your business, expanding your business, doing the networking, all of the things that we just talked about, and you're a mom? There's there's got to be an incredibly important balance there.
Well, believe it or not, my youngest son is 24. I am actually a grandmother. So, but I did grow my business as my children were growing up. But I had a network. I had, just like I spoke about as far as on the business side, it is very important to have that same network as far as your personal side. We had a group of women, a group of mothers. If one night I would cook, the other night the other mother would cook. Another night, the mother would take one mother would take the children to the sports games, and we helped each other. So it's very important. And I also had a great help or network in my church. So it's very important. It's not something you can do by yourself.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Walter, I think we have a new role model to aspire to be like.
I was just going to say, I'm still reeling over the fact that Victoria is a grandmother.
I know.
She should be. I mentioned beauty entrepreneurs before. I think she has a new business proposition that she can look at. But one of the other things I was thinking about when Victoria was speaking is that so many business owners of color are sole proprietors. And so when you talk about mentorship, just think about how lonely that business can be when you are a one-man or woman show. And so many of the business challenges that entrepreneurs face are not new. They might feel new because it's the first time that they're facing some of those challenges. But the beauty and value of mentorship is also to have people to turn to who've already faced some of the experiences, whether that's growing your business from 1 to 5 to 10 employees, or growing your business from one type of distribution system to multiple, or as you and I have talked about, Rick, how you grow from a U.S. focus to also tapping into markets around the world. And so I think when you start to talk about the importance of mentorship, it really does take multiple dimensions in terms of the impact that it can have in terms of growing your business.
You're absolutely right. And since this coalition has been announced, Walter, you should know that we've gotten a lot of incoming interest from other organizations, including one very prominent Ivy League school that we'll announce soon. Their whole alumni association from their graduate school of business, they want to be mentors to these Black businesses that we've identified. So we know how important that is. And Walter, why are you up? I mean, you think we're turning the tide? I mean, we know where we are. Where are we in the continuum? Are we turning the corner, turning the tide? Are we just beginning? No, we're not at the end.
Well, it's a great question. I mean, we have to acknowledge that the gaps are deep and the gaps are wide, and it's going to take a lot of different efforts from a lot of different directions to really turn the tide. But and that's why you hear so much that it's got to be a movement and not a moment. And I have to say, I'm very inspired by the number of corporations who've made significant pledges, both in terms of capital to minority businesses, as well as dedicated efforts to use more minority-owned suppliers. And I'm really proud that American Express is one of those companies. We recently pledged that we're going to double our spend with diverse suppliers over the next 4 years, which is going to result in $100 million annually, specifically for Black-owned businesses. We've also committed to providing capital and financial education to at least 25,000 small and medium-sized Black-owned businesses. And of course, we're going to continue to promote the importance of shopping small, but specifically with Black businesses, and we're going to do that to all of our consumers. So all I can say is that if I weren't loving the job I'm doing at American Express, I think it'd be a good time for me to start a small business as well, because we're definitely turning the tide.
Well, you and American Express have been such a great role model and example of how what can be, and we're very grateful for that. Victoria, when we talked earlier and got to know each other, I think you talked a bit about the importance of education and how do we think about inspiring sort of this next generation of young Black innovators and entrepreneurs. We have a whole initiative with historically Black colleges aimed to do that. Any thoughts there? I mean, and plus I still don't believe you're a grandmother, but at any rate, you have a son. And does he think about being an entrepreneur just like his mom?
Oh, absolutely. All three of my sons. My oldest son actually works in the business with me. And then my youngest son, usually during season, he works with me. Wow. So they all are entrepreneurs, and they all are aspiring to be in business and to grow their families. I believe that it's very important, like I said before, to start from the high school level to have financial literacy. I know there are some states that do have it in schools and do require it for high school students before they even go into college, which I think is very important. I have mentioned earlier that when I was in school, they taught us how to balance a checkbook. They taught us how to manage a budget. And now a lot of times those things are taken from the schools. And I think it's very important that we go back into the high schools and have a course that is required. Not something that's just an elective, but something that is actually required so when they go to college, they can manage their finances when they go. A lot of times, even I find also that a lot of high school students applying for financial aid do not even have the assistance of their parents in order to do that. So a lot of my clients, I even offer that service to them, that do not delay coming to see me in your junior and senior year, completing your financials, because even their parents, they might not know how to do it, but they need that resource in order to have someone to help them.
I think you're absolutely right. You know, I tell the story growing up in South Carolina in the rural South, how my grandmother used to tell us all, and I was the first generation, go to college, get a good job. And a good job back then was a government job. But what we don't do enough, to your point, is teach young kids about and inspire them to, go create your own company. Here's how you should think about it. So, we look forward to working with both of you on and inspiring more young entrepreneurs to think about creating their own companies and being impactful in their communities. As we wind down, I want to talk a bit, just a minute or two, as we think about the future and what the future holds for Black-owned businesses. I know that if we all had crystal balls, we could see it clearly. Walter talked about it's got to be a movement, not a moment. We hear people talk about this time feels different. I talk to minority businesses, particularly Black businesses across the country. This is a time to reimagine who we are as Black businesses. There are emerging companies coming out of the pandemic, if you think about that. And I know it's hard for some people to see the forest for the trees, but what do you see in the future? And what does the future hold for Black businesses? Why don't we start with Walter and we'll end with you, Victoria?
Look, I think the future is very bright. I was fortunate. You talked a little bit about your upbringing. I was fortunate to have two role models with my parents. My dad is a small business owner and has been for the last 40 years. And my mom had a corporate job. And so I had two role models to choose from, right? And so I've gone the corporate route. But one of the things that I think about a lot is the role models that small businesses play in communities, right? Whether it's a storefront, like a barber shop that you talked about, or other services, they provide really important role models for the children in the community to see that people of color can start their own businesses and grow their own businesses. So I think that the future is really bright. If you think about the infusion of capital that we're seeing across the financial landscape, the conversation that we're having, including the ones that we're having today, I think is really elevating the role of small business owners and the opportunity for them. And I think it's going to continue to pay dividends in communities and only have positive effects over the years to come.
Good. Thank you. Victoria?
Well, I heard someone say that 2020 was the year of vision, clear vision at that. So I believe that we are seeing a time where a lot of people are seeing very clearly that they cannot work for someone else because they are become in control of their destiny financially. So a lot of people are looking to open up their own businesses. So starting in 2021, I have at least 10 people that are looking to open up their businesses already. So I know there are going to be a lot of people looking to open up business, taking control of their finances and doing better than other people can for them that they are employees for. So I believe that we're going to have a huge growth in people owning their own businesses.
Well, that's very exciting and it's inspiring, it's encouraging. You know, we at the U.S. Chamber, this whole broad equality of opportunity initiative is forward thinking, it's forward leaning. It is companies like American Express and yours as well, Victoria, coming together to solve for these challenges that affect not just Black businesses in America, but that strengthen our society. And Black businesses are very important anchors in our communities. And, you know, I love the theme of this particular panel because it's about more than words. Right. And conversation is important. And we're seeing conversation all across America, and we're helping to lead those. And that's very important because that is a good place to start. But we also have to move the conversation into real action. And both of you are doing it in ways that when we come together, we can even do more. So I want to thank you both for being about more than words and walking the talk. And be an example for what we can accomplish in years to come. And however we can be a partner with you as we take this journey, we look forward to taking it with you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure to let you know that you're one of the recipients of the U.S. Chamber Foundation's Save Small Business Grant.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Oh, my gosh.
Congratulations.
That is amazing. Thank you so much.
You know, immediately when this happened and our business, you know, dropped, you know, almost off a cliff.
Our hotel occupancy was in free fall.
So then we decided that it was the best for us to shut down.
It shut us down. It was difficult.
We applied on a Monday. We heard on Friday that we were accepted, and I literally started crying.
Immediately it offered payroll relief so we could keep paying our employees.
So that we can, think about what we want to do and not have to just react.
To keep moving forward and kind of bridge the gap.
Honestly, it comes back to the basics. It kept our door open.
It's a lifesaver. It's been great.
This business is not just a business for profit revenue, but we really want to give back and help communities. We're here to help each other.
Continue, paying these employees even though we didn't have work for them, which without the grant wouldn't have been possible.
It was just a ray of sunshine. Get the phone call and see that we've been approved for that.
It's been a little rough. It's been rough. We've been trying to figure out how to maintain what we're doing. So this is amazing.
The grant is our rent, so that allows us to know, okay, we will be here and we will be in this space and we will be open and we will be serving the community that we love, who love us, and it's awesome to know.
Good afternoon, good morning, could be good evening. I'm Greg Fairchild of the University of Virginia, and I am here today to enjoy and engage this conversation with three leaders about the question of how business can solve questions of reentry. And by reentry, we mean what we call returning citizens, those individuals that have spent some time dealing with challenges that they may have had earlier in life, but are now preparing and are indeed released. My conversants today are going to be folks that come from a broad range of both industries and backgrounds. So Genevieve is going to be talking about Dave's Killer Bread. You should look at all of these folks' bios. That would be helpful to you. I won't give you all of them, but Genevieve Martin is from Dave's Killer Bread. She created the Dave's Killer Bread Foundation. She's going to talk a little bit about that company. And if you don't know already about their product, I hope you will learn about it soon. Heather Higginbottom is going to be talking about the work she does at the JP Morgan Chase Policy Center. And again, it's a banking organization, and so they also play a big role in this type of work. Some of you may have seen Steve Preston before on television. He's held some cabinet level positions, and he's going to be talking about the work he does now as CEO of Goodwill Industries. And how, again, that question of how we manage and deal with populations that are especially challenged. That's both the work of Goodwill Industries and, in fact, many of the people who work there. So looking forward to this conversation with the four of us. And we're also looking forward for any questions that you might have that might be raised by the conversation we engage in. If it's okay with you, I'm going to get us started. So I'd like to start with you, Heather. And, you know, I'm a JP Morgan Chase shareholder. And I've got to imagine that if I were walking down Broadway in New York and I'm checking my stock price, I'm seeing how exactly the market is trending and JP Morgan Chase is trending. And then I learned that the bank is doing stuff on reentry. Why should I, as a shareholder, care about that work? And how do I see it play out in the rises and falls of the bank's share price?
Well, thank you, Greg. I'm so grateful for your moderating this panel. You know, we really came to this issue of returning citizens and second chance hiring through the work that we do in communities and as an employer. When you experience the fact that 1 in 3 Americans has some form of a criminal record, and you start to understand just the barrier to employment that record, mere existence of that record can play. We saw that through the work we were doing as an employer, through the work we were doing philanthropically in communities, and said, we want to play a role in addressing the barriers and really challenging the system. And so as an employer, we had a couple of years ago banned the box on an initial employment application and hiring. And our HR professionals were saying, that's good, but if we wanted to do more or go further, how would we do that? How would we take it further? And they began doing some work. Our partners in the foundation said, these are issues that are cross-cutting. The issues around criminal justice reform and hiring and employment are cross-cutting in our work. We see it all the time. And we're funding different projects, but if we really want to make impact at scale, we need to not only hire people with criminal backgrounds and figure out how to do that better, but we also need to be part of the discussion, the public policy discussion. How do we change these rules, and how do we understand how they came to be? And so as a shareholder, one would hope that you would look at this commitment to hiring and understand our commitment here is really about strengthening communities. When people have a job, they can help out themselves, their families, their communities. They're less likely to return to prison if they had been in prison. And while we're a big bank and we are heavily regulated in whom we can hire, we knew there were a lot of people who weren't even applying to JP Morgan Chase who could work here. And we wanted to go deep in some communities and find those people, learn how to introduce them to the opportunities, help with community organizations, partner to help them navigate the process, and then figure out how we could take that model to scale in other cities and communities. So one would hope you'd say, we're coming at this because we believe it really does empower communities, and that makes us all stronger.
So Heather, let me just follow that quickly with was that always an easy conversation? Or was this at first for some people, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, for many members of our team, including at the top of our organization with our CEO, this made a lot of sense because when you lay out the facts and you start to string them together, you say, yeah, we can play a role here. We have a big platform and a voice. We're a big employer. There were some people who might have scratched their head and said, why are we doing this? And when we launched this effort just over a year ago, I have to say I wasn't sure how it would be received externally or internally. And I'm really heartened by the response that we've received. There's always some naysayers, but overwhelmingly, this work has been embraced. And we find people almost every day within our organization who reach out and say, what can I do? And sometimes it's something they can do within our firm. And sometimes it's working externally with other partners, donating resources, volunteering, educating, being someone who can speak about these issues and why it's really important to be committed to them. So we're really encouraged, and actually 1 year in, we're looking at expanding and building on this work. And I think that's important to note, especially given COVID, because we've certainly encountered a lot of questions along the way from people who say, oh, you started this when the unemployment rate was very low, and when people are really looking to diversify their hiring pools, but now what? And our answer to that is COVID has disproportionately impacted communities of color. And our commitment, because the criminal justice system disproportionately impacts communities of color, our commitment is even that much more important today because communities of color are consistently left behind. Even as America recovers from recessions, they're left further behind. And so we're even more invigorated to take on this work than maybe we even were a year ago.
That's marvelous. Genevieve, you're in a company that you make bread. And I got two thoughts for you. First of all, the name. Now I know a little bit about this story, but it's got this guy Dave and it's killer bread. Could be slang, I'm not sure. Love for people to hear a little bit about the bread, the product, because I'm encouraging people to try it who haven't. But you created, if I have it right, the foundation. And could you say a little bit about how your company thinks about who you hire and then what else you do beyond hiring to assist?
Absolutely. So Dave's Killer Bread is the #1 selling sliced organic bread across the country, and we're distributed across Canada. At any given time, about 40% of our workforce have felony convictions in their past. Dave is a real person. He did not kill anyone. Killer is really in reference to how awesome the product is. It's just really, really good. That was something we'd been advised a number of years ago not to move into that language by marketing. And we said, we're going to do it anyways. And it works. It's very memorable. The logo is very memorable, and the product is fantastic. We've been in that sales position since May of 2014 and haven't budged. So that's exciting. What that's meant, though, is that Dave's Killer Bread, the brand, was born out of a family bakery that started in the 50s. And the impetus around hiring people had always been the same, and that is, if you can do the job, you get the job. It didn't matter if perhaps you had a disability, you were a veteran, a single parent, somebody who'd been formerly incarcerated. If you could do the job, it was yours. But we've been doing it very accidentally and without any intention up until about 2009, 2010, when we were growing 40% year over year. So we looked at our top performers and said, we need to hire more bodies, sometimes overnight, because we have a product to produce, package, and distribute within the next 48 hours. And so we looked at our top performers and said, what are common characteristics, attributes, experiences that make these folks rock stars, and how do we get more of them quickly? And in most cases, not in every case, but in most cases, these individuals have been formerly incarcerated. We said, great, let's lean into it. Let's build relationships with community-based organizations here in our community that specifically serve the returning citizen population, and let's build a recruiting pipeline. We made a lot of mistakes. We had a lot of successes. And as we became more successful, we realized this isn't something that corporate America knew how to do well. They certainly weren't talking about it, and it certainly wasn't something they were proud of if they did do it. And so we saw this opportunity to help educate and inform companies how to do this well, how to leapfrog the mistakes that we had made, and really to do this with confidence, because it's all about hiring the best person for the job And often that person comes with a criminal background.
So, yeah, I am. So said differently, you guys not only fish, you teach people how to fish. And that's a part of the way you expand and grow the market. You know, Steve, you've obviously had a storied career at the highest levels of the government. You've been involved in leadership on for-profit firms, in waste management, even in investments. But, you know, now you're running a company called Goodwill. And I can imagine, talk about branding, one wouldn't be surprised that a company called Goodwill would be doing good things. But I'm curious about this. Given who you are, I'd love to hear how many thousands of employees, how many thousands of people you reach in a year, because I suspect the number is large. What is it that people who have been formerly incarcerated, who are returning citizens, what is it that other employers don't get that Goodwill does get?
Well, I think, first of all, this is our mission. Our mission is to help people eliminate barriers and reach their full potential through learning and employment. We've been doing it for over 120 years when our founder developed this social enterprise to provide employment opportunities for people who need the work. And so we do it. We employ 140,000 people in our stores and business services. We support 1.5 million people actually in dedicated career centers with training and job placement services and other supports. And then we provide online training to about 24 million people, a year. And I think what's so important to understand, it's not just when we're talking about supporting people who are coming back to their communities like we are today, it's any number of people who faced challenges in life. Is that there is enormous potential in every individual. Some of us come to life with an ability to mine that potential right away based on where we're born, based on the opportunities we've had, based on the mentors we've had, based on any number of other things. Other people, in many cases, face tremendous barriers throughout life that make it much more difficult. In many cases, it can lead to any number of challenges. And so often the people we're talking about today are people who've seen much more significant challenges through life that have compounded frequently because of what they were born into and the course that was in front of them rather than something else. And what I loved about Genevieve's comment is the fact that you all looked at who were the great performers. And what you saw was attitude and commitment and desire. And there is so much just raw talent and raw intent to succeed when people have the opportunity to do that. And what I often tell employers is you need to understand that your next great hire may be somebody that you never thought of before. They may not have the kind of degree that you have on your job description, which actually might not be relevant to what you need. They may not have a conventional background, but there is a great opportunity here to hire terrific people, and in doing so, change somebody's life, change the life of their community, and actually contribute to society in a great way. And there's so much in there, and I think we need to have the confidence to believe that, or we're not really going to invest in it adequately.
So literally thousands of employees and millions of people touched. That's really impressive. And, I think all of us on this call in some way are evangelists for the understanding that we all seem to have, which is there's more inherent potential than perhaps people understand. At the same time, all of us have worked with people who face very real challenges. There could be someone who's joining us today that says, they're making this seem really, really easy, but in fact, it could be really, really hard. And I know in my work, which we do here at the university, we certainly have learned a lot about some certain challenges that we didn't appreciate. I would love to hear, we could start with you, Genevieve, about what types of, if I'm someone listening right now and I want to do what Steve is encouraging us, what must I try to understand about these populations that I might not have understood before?
Excellent question. I think the first thing I'd say is I've noticed people try to overcomplicate things. So don't make it harder than it needs to be. There are certainly challenges. There's things to know and learn about, and that will happen as you take steps forward. But don't make it more complicated than it needs to be. With that being said, I think one of the critical things to understand is that people that are directly impacted by the legal system, they don't enter because of a very black and white or binary reason. People that have committed a crime or have been attached to a crime or have had to plead whether they were actually involved or not, there's a lot of gray area. So understanding context, being able to get to know the person when it's appropriate in the hiring practice and understand who they are now is critical. When we think about the hiring process, we need to check our own personal perceptions before we are checking our professional practices and policies. If we as individuals aren't prepared to think about people differently or with a new set of eyes, with new information, we'll probably be the failure point of the program. Not the job candidate, not even your employment policy. It'll be the individuals doing the interview and assessing that have kind of created their own mental barriers and aren't open to taking these steps forward. So it's important that you are understanding, why are you committed to this work? Are you clearly communicating that within your organization and providing the kind of psychological safety for people to explore this and ask the tough questions and show them that you've thought about it and you have a path forward. But simultaneously, it's important you're creating a safe space for these job candidates to enter into. You can't just throw them in and expect that they're going to solve all of your employment problems. They're an individual like the rest of your workforce. So really critical to first check our personal perceptions and biases and then start aiming to fix our professional practices and policies.
Oh my, this is music to my ears. In the following way, we've been teaching, having MBA students go into prisons here in Virginia and MBA students in New York. And these are currently incarcerated people. And in so many ways, what you just said is so powerful, because we believe that the change that's occurring with our MBAs is as important as what they're teaching to the people that are currently incarcerated. We believe that they will be more knowledgeable about the challenges of people who are returning citizens, and as a result will be better leaders. So I so enjoy and resonate with that comment. Steve, I want to ask you, building on Genevieve, so she's pointing out that there's an understanding of the holistic person. And in what ways is goodwill an organization that creates, networks or career ladders or safety nets that recognize that more fulsome person?
Yeah, well, I think that is the issue. We need to understand, and I think our society needs to understand the full picture of what it can take to help a person move forward. And we need to believe that there's tremendous value in making that investment. And I think part of that's respecting the individual who's coming forward to ask for that support. Their challenges are often complicated. They're often deeply rooted. The systems of support for people in our country right now are often very fragmented. They fall short of the need. So, we do programmatic support as well as hiring in our social enterprise, but our reentry programs, I think, are successful because they provide that full continuum of support, holistic personal support, which might be housing or food or counseling, along with strong coaching, education, training, earn and learn capabilities, and very important connections with committed employers. All of that fits together. And the other thing, getting into a little bit of a more provocative space here, but I just want to say, when we talk about this, this often gets to the issue of dollars and cents. These programs are expensive, but they're not expensive when compared with the alternative, which might mean the cost of reincarceration, lost wages to families and the resulting need for support, lost taxes on payroll, And beyond that, we're talking about human lives, and we're talking about families and communities and entire society. So we need to go into these conversations understanding what the need is, but also the deep value in addressing this, these opportunities powerfully. And then when you think about that latter, it is important when people come to us to say, well, look, what do you need today to get your feet on the ground, to build that confidence, to be able to kind of prove yourself and get connected, which is super important. And then what do you need in the future to help you move along? And we very much think about the longer term career laddering issue, but we want to make sure that people can get anchored quickly and begin to get that base of stability at the same time that they can get the support they need to move to their longer term aspirations. And that process can be can take place over a long time. What we have found is frequently when somebody gets that confidence and understands the value of investing in themselves to move forward, frequently they just really take off. People want more education. They see more opportunity. They want to move up. They're hungry. It's sort of like the possibilities open up. People see those possibilities, and then they move to capture them.
I will tell you with the work we've continued to do, what we understand from the folks who run our facilities is that once people begin some of the programs, that they note, first of all, a change in hope, which is part of what you're talking about, Steve. But also they'll tell you that engaged education programs of people who, let's just say, might have been overlooked, changes even the number of infractions they engage in, and it involves in other positive spillovers. And so what you're recognizing is that holistic investment at point A plays out in other aspects of their life. I so enjoy this. Heather, obviously, you're up next. And, I'm going to, since Steve decided to get provocative, although I love his provocation, I want to talk about the question of something we call the conversation in our work. And I don't know if you can follow what this might be, but the conversation about what my mistake may have been, why I made it, and talking with employers about it. How do you at the bank think about what we call the conversation?
It's a great question, Greg. And, one of the things that our HR professionals really wanted to understand as we undertook this work is, how do you have some of those conversations? How do you have people understand for our industry, sort of what's in or out and what the process is that you must go through to navigate that? It's hard and it's very specific to a person's background and to the regulations that we have to abide by. And I also will just note here that while we think it's appropriate for the largest bank in America to be regulated, we also have urged Congress to make some changes to those regulations, which we think are common sense and would really enable us to work with folks we think are the best people for the job, but haven't been able to get through this gauntlet. So just to go back to the question for a moment, the reason we wanted to go into communities and partner with community organizations is so that we could navigate that process together and not necessarily have a different door or hiring pool, but that we were sourcing candidates who could understand what they may or may not qualify for, what paperwork they would need, and would have partners that could walk through that conversation with them. We work with Cabrini Legal in Chicago. We work with several others there we are learning from one another in this process. We are learning what the obstacles are, how we can streamline a process. We're learning how to have the conversation better. And we have someone in that particular program in Chicago on our team who is constantly in touch with these potential candidates, checking in to say, have you been able to get that piece of paperwork? It's sometimes very expensive to run down all these files that you need to apply, and it's good to have a partner and help work through that. So one part of your question is about once you're hired and you have to have that conversation, or maybe you don't, and that's a whole different thing to understand. What is your obligation to disclose or not? We're really focused on how do we make sure we don't find ourselves in the situation we believe we've been in, where too many people are not even approaching us because they don't think they can get a job. They've had so many doors slammed in their faces. Why would JP Morgan Chase be a logical place for them to work? We need to understand what we can do differently to change that. And these community partners that we have, which we fund to do this work, they're critical in helping us navigate that. And our theory of the case here is we start in one community where we've started in Chicago. We tailor it to the job hiring that we'll do in other communities, and we replicate it so that eventually we can take this model to scale, but we've learned along the way and we can share that information. And I would just say that, I thought Genevieve's comments about, how you approach this were really key. And they're also very specific. There's some very general principles, and then there's some very specific things that are applicable in different sectors or in different types of jobs. And so it really takes that kind of a commitment. But once you get into it, you learn so much, and I think the doors really open wide. So that's the approach that we've taken on that, Greg.
So I'm sure Genevieve and Steve are ready to lean in, because I encourage all of us to look at what each of these organizations is doing. Some organizations never ask, some do. And so there are variances around this particular practice. Being regulated might be a part of it. But I've got a question coming in over the transom. So there are people out there watching, and they've sent in a question. And so while we could delve further into this one, I'd like to throw something else. The audience member is asking about subpopulations and is politely pointing out that we're probably talking monolithically about returning citizens. So might there be people with special needs that we might need to focus on in certain ways? I mean, I will say, I'll just add a personal anecdote. We began our work in a men's facility, and we were dealing with that 90% of the population that's returning citizens that are men. Then we shifted after the first year to a women's facility. And I learned that estimated 2/3 of women who are currently incarcerated were past victims of domestic violence, something I'm sure all of us know. And so we had to learn how to manage around the question of people who'd been victims. And so that's my example of how we had to shift. But perhaps, and this is an open one for any one of you could say a little bit about a population that you've learned some need for customization.
Well, I think that is go ahead, Steve.
You go, please, Genevieve, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, that is a very large question, and I know we only have a couple moments left. I think the important thing to think about is, just like the rest of the population of America, we all have a ton of nuances and needs and differences. To your point, Greg, about women, they are the fastest growing incarcerated population in the country. Over 80% of them are mothers. And so when we think about reentry, and again, I want to be careful to the viewer's point about approaching this from a monolithic perspective, we also need to be thinking about the over 70 million people in our country with convictions, or with records, that are not recently returning. They've been out in the community for 5, 10, 15, 25 years, but this conviction, this record is still holding them back. And so when we think about the elderly that are incarcerated, the wrongfully incarcerated, when we think about youth, all of these different kind of groupings, if you will, have different needs. And so if we're thinking about it from a second chance employment perspective, I think it would be very helpful to think about what's going to be the best fit in your company so you can just get started. You need to get low-hanging fruit, get a win in your organization, and I promise you, you will want to keep doing it again. But you need to be thoughtful, you need to be intentional, and you need to be really clear about why you are doing this, and then it will be incredibly fruitful for you moving forward.
So we're going to do a really quick last question, because we only have about a minute and a half, and here it comes. The title of this session is called Business Solves, but all of you, and I encourage you to read about these folks. All of you have had and spent time working with government or working in government. If each of you could give advice to a czar to solve this problem from the government side, and just try to be brief, but something that you would want the government czar on reentry to know. And we'll start with you, Steve.
I would really in doing that, I would actually leverage the question that you just asked, because understanding and respecting the fact that everybody who comes to us is a unique person with a unique set of needs. And, you may find people that have, people coming out of incarceration have higher rates of mental health issues, physical disabilities, any number of issues that are part of the support people need to be able to move forward. And that's why our programs very specifically assess people where they are, the supports they need to move forward. And so understanding that need, the other thing I would say is, we talked about, women who are incarcerated having significantly higher levels of abuse. I think what so many people have gone through in their lives is comparable to abuse. And the repercussions are comparable to abuse in any number of other ways as well, but not exactly the same. And when we think about what somebody needs, with the support they need to be able to move forward with their lives, we have to think about that whole person and also believe that the value is there on so many different levels.
All right, same question. Heather, what do you think? Talk to the czar.
I would say to the czar, there are a whole host of laws and regulations that were created, whether with intention or without, but based in our systemic racism as a country, and that if we don't address those and change these policies to lower these barriers to employment, we will keep trapping people in cycles of poverty, and that it really is holding back not just the opportunity for those individuals, but for our country to grow and prosper.
Marvelous. Genevieve?
Okay, so those 2 points are exceptional. Mine's more technical. Across government agencies, technical platforms do not speak to one another. So having accurate data that can be crunched at a regular time is next to impossible, because all the agencies are different and every state and county and jurisdiction is different. So finding a way to collectively bring data points together will help all of us tell more powerful stories, have a better understanding of what actually is evidence-based and works, and be able to actually build goals and accountability structures so we can have a better, more thriving country.
And that would lead to better ladders. All right, I'm going to say one more thing, and that would be a recognition that at the decision we made years ago to pull education out of prisons, let's do our best to put education back into prisons and take the notion that corrections really does mean correcting people, and that one of the best ways to do that is use that time to actually help them sharpen the saw. Listen, I think we're out of time. For those of you who hung on with us, that's evidence to how great these three were. I just want to thank you for your time. They want to hear from you because they're doing good work. I'm doing some good work too, and I want to hear from you, but they're the real ones that are doing that. I want to thank the Chamber for bringing us together, because I hadn't met these people, but I had admired them from afar. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Our cloud solutions are intentionally designed for a positive impact on your business and the world. Learn how you can meet your sustainability goals.
Good afternoon. I'm Marianne Gomez Horta, President and CEO of the Congressional Hispanic Leadership Institute, known as Chile. Chile is a 501c3 nonprofit. We're a nonpartisan organization, and we're focused on leadership development, and we're based in Washington, D.C. Today, I have the pleasure of having a little fireside chat with Jack Azagor with Accenture. But before we get started with the chat, let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to cover. We're going to look at how companies use their scale and access to innovation to help solve the challenges we face today, both internally within our companies and externally, as well as how the corporate social responsibility engagement is intertwined in all of us. So please join me in a warm introduction here to Jack Azagor. He is Accenture's Market Unit Lead for U.S. Northeast. He is responsible for leading more than 10,000 people in the region and is also responsible for clients, offices, community involvement, and financial performance. Jack joined Accenture in 1996. So welcome, Jack.
Thank you for having me, Marianne. It's a pleasure to be here.
So one of our first questions, Jack, is Accenture's clients represent a very diverse industries around the globe and include more than 3/4 of the Fortune Global 500. How are you and your clients using purpose and innovation to help solve the challenges facing us during this unprecedented times?
Yeah, I think through the pandemic, we really have had a rethink about purpose. I mean, purpose was important to most organizations, but it really has taken on an additional dimension. And people are realizing that, first of all, it's good for business, but it's critical for performance and to drive innovation. One of the interesting things with purpose is you have to be careful with purpose, because the purpose has to be backed up by the strategy, right? Purpose is not just a corporate social responsibility statement. It's not just a commercial you put out there showing that you care. It has to go from the purpose to the strategy, and it has to be really intertwined. Otherwise, it comes out as empty promises. We've also changed our purpose this year. We just launched in September, actually, and our purpose was to deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity. And so for us, that's very important. First of all, it's the aspect of really delivering for our clients. It's a promise we make to our clients that we have to meet and exceed. Technology, every business is a technology business. And then actually maybe most important for me is human ingenuity. And that includes tapping in to all our people, to our clients' employees. It's about innovation. It's about inclusion and diversity. You don't get ingenuity if you don't have an inclusive and diverse team, if people can't feel like themselves at work and bring their whole selves. It's about training our people to make sure they're always relevant. So the human ingenuity is very, very important. And so very pleased with our purpose statement, but it's really that cascading of the strategy and the purpose statement have to come together. Otherwise, it can be empty promises, and consumers will see that over time.
No, thank you. And that leads into my next question here, especially about the promise and the human ingenuity here. You're active in the communities where you live, you and all other Accenture employees, trying to build a more inclusive and diverse future. Tell us about the actions that you are taking in that realm.
Yes, so inclusion and diversity has been a long-standing priority for all of us. We started to publish data about our demographic, not because we have the best data, but because we want to hold ourselves accountable out there in the public. And so a few years ago, we announced a goal to get to 50% gender diversity by 2025. We then announced a goal to hire 5,000 military veterans, guards, reserve members, and spouses by the end of this year. I think we'll get to the goal faster than the end of the year. And then this year, we announced goals for African American, Hispanic American, Latinx, and that is twofold. One is increased by 60%, a 60% increase, and also then double the number of managing directors, so in our leadership ranks. So those are very important priorities for us. And we want our employees to bring their whole selves to work. We want to have the most inclusive workforce the most inclusive workforce. Mm-hmm. And in other things, we launched the Black Founders Development Program to help startups out in the community. We built a partnership with the National Museum of African American History and Culture. So those are a few of the things. But again, inclusion and diversity has to, again, tie back to the strategy. It has to be core. And so I will tell you, all of us at Accenture, we have a few priorities, 4 or 5 key priorities every year. Inclusion and diversity has to be one of them. We all have to have a priority. It's part of how I'm evaluated, how my colleagues are evaluated. We all have to have a priority. So again, it has to be linked with the strategy. We want to have the most innovative workforce. We want to have the most inclusive and diverse workforce, but it has to be pervasive in the organization, and that's what we're doing, and thrilled at some of the commitments we've made out there.
Yeah. So speaking of your commitments, I'm representing the Congressional Hispanic Leadership Institute, I can tell you that we are recipients of the beautiful work and the commitment and dedication of Accenture employees. Accenture employees actually helped us enhance our website and our external communications, and it has helped us so much with our internship programs and also just general operations. Couldn't have think of a better website development team. But I wanted to ask you in relationship to that and what you talked about, the diversity and inclusion and being really involved and encouraging the employees to do that, is what are some of the other unique partnerships that have surfaced in response to the remarkable events of this year, and maybe even just before that, or that you maybe just recently announced?
Yeah, first of all, we're really appreciative of the partnership with Chile. We have, shout out to Gabby and Kevin who are doing their internship. They're on a 14-week program, and 7 weeks with corporate government affairs and 7 weeks with the congressional office. So it's a great experience, and it's been a great partnership, and we're very happy to be part of the Chile family. So thank you. We're doing a lot out there in the community. I'll give a couple of examples. One is a virtual learning experience. And this is with a couple of hundred students by class from underprivileged high schools. And this has just been, of course, we've had to pivot all of this to virtual. A lot of, it was not easy to keep our internships going in the COVID, but we kept everything going. We've flipped to virtual environment. We've now had 1,200 students come through. And it's just been a very, very rewarding experience. The other one is our apprentice program. We've come to realize, 4-year degrees work with some people, but 4-year degrees is not the panacea. It's not for everybody. And so we've got a very dynamic apprenticeship program where we take young adults 3-year program, and then once they graduate, they can become Accenture employees. That's been very successful. Again, we've continued that pivot, that entire program to virtual. And even though they can't come into our office or go to our client site, they've been part of our teams virtually, and very rewarding. I've spent time with our apprenticeship, and it's just immensely rewarding to see how they flourish and learn and contribute to our projects and to our work. So those are just a couple of examples, Marianne.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I love the fact that you and your team have quickly shown the rest of us who maybe weren't as familiar with technology or how to pivot into this virtual world and help the rest of us be able to do that as we try to be of continued service and value to everyone. So thank you for that leadership as well. I have another question that's come up in different levels and at different times, and regarding mental well-being. It has emerged as a big priority, whether it's us adults that have been in this for a while or the brand new college, graduates in their first job. So what are some of the tools and resources you offer so that everyone can be their best in every aspect in their lives?
Yeah, I think this is a very critical topic. And one of the things that's happened over the last 9 months, first of all, we're living in a home office. So the boundaries between work and life are blurred, and that creates an issue. Second, it used to be somewhat uniform. We went into the office at 8 or 9 in the morning, we left in the evening, our children went to school, they came back from school. Now it's all different. Some people have young kids at home, young kids at school, some 2 days at school, 2 days, 3 days at some people have their parents living at home. So there's a tremendous amount of stress that all our people are subject to. That's number one. Two, I think for a long time, the topic of mental health is one that people were uncomfortable talking about. And when people had mental stress, which we know is, first of all, dramatic increase in mental stress over the last 9 months, but people were afraid to talk about this. And that's a big issue because it affects a vast majority of the population at some point. So one of the things we've done, we have a fantastic employee resource group, over 500 people, They've created this two and a half hour training program to become a mental health ally. So all of us on the North America leadership team at Accenture, we went through the training.
Oh, wow.
And my leadership team in the Northeast, a few Fridays ago, we all went through the training. I could say it was very impactful. There were tears in the meeting. I mean, these are difficult discussions, but we have to have the uncomfortable discussion and talk about the reality. And you know, we've got to be open and give people some grace and some space to be able to manage what's happening in their lives with work and allow them to be open about all of this. And so there's other things we've done. We've done a partnership with Thriving Mind, which has been great with Stanford Medicine and Thrive Global. You know, we have some people who volunteer to do yoga sessions online. We had a teaming with virtual therapy with Talkspace. So Accenture's done a lot, but you know, all of us as leaders have to make sure we give our employees the space and grace to talk about it, to be open about it. Again, they have to bring their whole selves to work, and so this is a very, very big topic and one that has really come up exponentially through the pandemic.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. I'm sure it's going to help some people, you know, listening to you and thinking about what they can do, whether it's a small business, medium, or another corporate colleague. So thank you for that. My last question, Jack, is that you mentioned it a little bit earlier, but Accenture has made some bold announcements in the sustainability space. Can you share some of those with us, and what led Accenture to that commitment?
Yeah, I mean, this is an extremely important topic, and we've been working on a few fronts. First of all, we've appointed, effective in a few weeks, December 1, Peter Lacey, a good friend of mine and colleague, will become a Chief Responsibility Officer and Global Sustainability Officer, which is great. It will provide even more focus for the firm. The second thing is we've had a sustainability practice for over a decade. And we focus on a few key things for our clients to help them improve their ESG scores, environmental, sustainability, governance, including I&D. But there are a few key things we focus on. One is industry transitions to low carbon. So how does an energy company or a mining company transition to low carbon? The second one is green IT. We do a lot of work in technology. How do you pivot to green IT? We've even developed a patent that when companies move to the cloud, how do you calculate the carbon emission reduction on that? And then responsible supply chain. Supply chain has been a big topic. So, and we've made to commission some personal, you know, firm-wide commitments around net zero emissions by 2025, move to zero waste, water risk. We don't talk a lot about water risk, but water is a finite resource. So, you know, planning for that. Greenhouse gases and a shift to procuring renewable energy. So those are the commitments we've made, and this is a very, very important topic that we're committed to as a firm and critical to the future of our planet.
No, well, thank you for sharing that. So just before we wrap up here, are there anything else that you'd like to share, Jack, or any other words of wisdom, encouragement for others?
That's a good question. I would say it's important in this environment to really, we talk about work-life balance. Everybody should really think, how do you create that balance and that harmony and that integration between work-life and be clear about what your own boundaries. Everybody asks me, what are your work-life balance? My boundaries are going to be different than somebody else's, but be clear and communicate around what's going to work for you. Make time for your family, make time for yourself, and make time for work, and really be strategic about how you manage that work-life integration, work-life balance, as opposed to managing it ad hoc, because inevitably, if you manage it ad hoc, yourself and your health will fall to the bottom. So be strategic about managing. It's very important, especially in this environment, in this pandemic, when it's easy for work and life to blend. So
beautiful. So thank you, Jack. Thank you again for your insights, for your perspectives. Obviously, your demonstrated commitment to enriching the lives of your team, your clients, and diverse communities. Again, thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias.
Marianne, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Muchas gracias también.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Oldham, and I'm the Vice President for Education Policy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Senior Vice President of the Chamber Foundation, overseeing the Center for Education and Workforce. Pioneering solutions to our nation's education and workforce challenges is a long-standing priority for the Chamber Foundation. We know that our economic success is driven by a qualified workforce and fueled by a strong education system. This extraordinary year has placed all of these issues front and center. Before the pandemic, workforce challenges were a top concern for the business community, but that's even more true today as our economy faces new challenges few could have planned for or predicted before March. So we, like many of you, are focused on a number of critical issues. Aligning education and training to meet the needs of real-world careers and ensure workers have the skills necessary for the jobs employers are trying to fill. Rethinking how we finance the education and training necessary to fill open jobs. Expanding access to quality, affordable childcare. The past few months have made very clear that childcare is essential to our return to work and our nation's recovery. And of course, none of our goals for a strong workforce, a strong business community, or a strong economy are possible without a strong K-12 education system. We see every day businesses stepping up in transformational ways, and we are grateful to work side by side with them. And I'm honored to be with you today to introduce the Best Commitment to Education Program Award. I want to congratulate the work of this year's finalists, Chicago Fire Football, Discovery Education and Girl Scouts of the USA, and Verizon Wireless. Before we reveal the 2020 winner, let's take a closer look into each recognition-worthy program.
The finalists for the 2020 Best Education Program Award are Chicago Fire Foundation. Launched in partnership with the Chicago Fire Football Club's Foundation, Chicago Public Schools, and other community partners, PLAYS is an after-school program that improves academic outcomes and integrates skills development with social and emotional learning. The program is made up of 1,000 boys and girls, predominantly students of color and from families living at or below the U.S. poverty level. Following the 10-week curriculum, 92% of participants reported that PLAYS programs helped them feel safer, and 93% reported being a good student. Discovery Education and the Girl Scouts of the USA. To sustain girls' interest in science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM, Girls Get STEM Unleash Your Inner Scientist from Discovery Education and Girl Scouts of the USA offers no-cost dynamic digital resources for K-5 educators, troop leaders, and families. The initiative works to create a more equitable future for young girls to become tomorrow's leaders through standards-aligned, anywhere learning materials. Since 2018, the initiative has engaged over 1.5 million U.S. students. Verizon Wireless. The Verizon Innovative Learning summer programs for young men of color and rural young women bridge the digital divide and strengthen the pathway between STEM subjects, higher education, and STEM careers by offering a free boot camp with mentoring, access to technology, and skills training for underserved middle school students. In 2019, the Verizon Innovative Learning programs reached 2,177 young men of color, 1,449 rural young women, and since 2012, invested more than $535 million in STEM-focused programs for underserved students.
Good afternoon. Such a terrific set of finalists. Really incredible to see the kind of innovation that each of them have showcased and the work that they have done to better young people and communities in America and around the world. This must have been a really tough choice given the stature of the finalists and the impact of the work that they're doing. I think now more than ever before in COVID and a post-COVID world, the commitment to uplift people, especially those who are underrepresented and underprivileged, is a call to action. It's a clarion call that is ringing true all across the nation and around the world. So I salute the work that these finalists and others who participated in the awards have done, and I congratulated them for their success. It is my pleasure to present the 2020 Best Commitment to Education Award for the Citizen Awards. My name is Balaji Ganapati. I'm the Chief Social Responsibility Officer and the Global Head of CSR at Tata Consultancy Services. And having been a recipient of this award in the past, I know how much of value it holds for those who have applied and the programs and the beneficiaries who are impacted by the program. We don't do these programs to win these awards, but certainly doesn't take away the sheen to win an award that is considered as one of the best, if not the standard and the benchmark for excellence in community investments and community impact. So I'm sure all the finalists are excited and waiting with bated breath to see who won this year. So with that, the only other thing I want to mention is that winning this award is not the end. This is an opportunity for you to highlight to your stakeholders the value of the work that we're doing and elevate it, especially to those who are not familiar with why investments in this space is really important. So I urge all of the finalists to do that, and certainly the winners to do that as well. So without much further ado, and the winner of the 2020 Best Commitment to Education program is Verizon Wireless. Congratulations to Justina and the team at Verizon. Had the distinct pleasure of knowing them, and certainly salute your work. Congratulations. Over to you, Justina.
Thank you, Balaji. Thank you so much. And on behalf of Verizon, it is an honor to accept the 2020 U.S. Chamber of Commerce Award for Best Commitment in Education. I want to thank my team, my colleagues, and partners who work diligently and passionately to create and manage our Verizon Innovative Learning programs and deliver the positive impact that we are having on students across the country. We created this program after looking at data that showed that people of color and women continue to be underrepresented in STEM fields. Launched in 2015 with 4 historically Black colleges and universities, the Verizon Innovative Learning STEM Enrichment Program has expanded to 49 HBCUs, Hispanic serving institutions, and community colleges, reaching 5,000 young women and young men of color annually. The program, which is supported by the National Association for Community Colleges and Entrepreneurship, exposes middle school students to next generation technologies and STEM and entrepreneurial skills through hands-on interactive activities that begin on college campuses over the summer and continue throughout the academic year. The results have been incredible, with 98% of our students demonstrating increased STEM proficiency and interest. Students who have participated in the program have taken advanced level STEM courses in high school and have begun attending college, many majoring in STEM fields. This initiative and many others are all part of Citizen Verizon, our responsible business plan for economic, environmental, and social advancement. The work that we are doing now is never been more important. In a world riddled with racial and economic inequalities, this award is a testament of Verizon's commitment to creating a digitally inclusive and equitable society for all. Again, I'm honored to receive this award on behalf of Verizon, and thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for recognizing this great work.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrea Wood, and I'm the Vice President for Social Impact for Best Buy. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon for what I think will be a really interesting panel. We're going to be talking about equity in education, but specifically tech equity in education, and how businesses and nonprofit groups and partners are coming together to address inequities in education, and particularly as it relates to our current COVID environment. So I'm pleased to welcome a couple of panelists today. I've got Sal Khan. Many of you have heard of him. He's the CEO and founder of Khan Academy. And also Kevin Washington, who I think many of you have also met, President and CEO of the YMCA of the USA. Welcome, Kevin and Sal. I'm going to just take a minute to kind of set the stage for where we are right now in terms of the state of education as it relates to digital learning and the pandemic and what's happening. So I know I'm probably preaching to the choir. Many of you know that there have been long-standing systemic inequities when it comes to the digital divide for students across the U.S. Just to give you an example, in Minnesota, when the pandemic first started, Best Buy, we're based in Minneapolis. We were approached by the governor's office because they were looking for the corporate community to come together to try to help address the gap in internet and tech devices for more than 300,000 homes across the state. These are low-income families or families who just don't have access to internet because they're in rural areas or places where there isn't service. And so with the governor's office and a large coalition of corporate funders as well as private funders, we were able to set up a grant fund to be able to provide internet and devices for many of these families. But I can tell you that the need is great. When we launched our first round of grants, we had a little over $2 million to give out. We received $8 million in grant applications from community organizations and school districts across the state of Minnesota. So the need is great, and it is not, it will not end. As we're seeing now, so many more schools are going almost 100% remote. Even in the hybrid situations, there's still a huge need for tech and for support for students. In fact, I think the latest stat I saw is that 1 in 4 students across the U.S. still lack adequate internet or devices to be able to do online schooling. This is so concerning because we all know that education is not just a right; it's a human right. It's something that our kids deserve. And we're seeing that low-income kids or kids from marginalized communities are falling farther and farther behind their more well-off peers. And these are the kids who can least afford to fall behind. I just saw a note from the Minnesota Department of Ed that they are expecting lower graduation rates this year just in our state alone. I know that is likely true across the country, and this is disproportionately affecting kids of color, kids from low-income communities, from marginalized communities. So this move to digital learning has been happening for quite some time. I don't think anyone was really ready for it to happen as quickly as it has. So I want to kind of turn it over to our panelists now to kind of just start the discussion. So I'll start with Sal, and then we'll go to Kevin on the same question. But Sal, so we've seen the massive shift in teaching and learning strategies as a result of the pandemic, and we're speculating this is going to change education forever. Tell us about the impact this has had on your organization over the last 9 months, and perhaps one of the biggest lessons that you've learned in this.
Mute.
And you're still on mute, Sal.
Okay. Figured it out. Pre-COVID, Khan Academy has been very much focused as a not-for-profit on giving everyone access to world-class core academic material from pre-K through the core of college, not just in math, that's where people associate us, but also science, humanities, language arts, etc. And also to make it available in a way that personalizes to the needs of students. So one of the things that we've talked about many years pre-COVID is that the reason why so many kids have trouble, especially in subjects like math, is it's cumulative. But in a traditional academic model, kids get an 80% on a test. Maybe they know 80% of their multiplication tables, even though they don't know 20%. What's 7 times 8? The whole class moves on to the next concept. concept where you probably need to know what 7 times 8 is. Or even though you got 70% on negative numbers, the whole class will move on to the next concept. And then all of a sudden you get to an algebra class, you need to know what 7 times 8 is, you need to know how to manipulate negative numbers, and nothing makes sense anymore. So we've always been big believers in how do you cater to the individual needs of student and also not be bound by time or space, that kids should always have the opportunity to fill in those gaps. You fast forward to February of 2020, I was going to say last year, but I still remember, it was this year, feels like a lifetime ago. And we started seeing our traffic pick up in Asia. And I was like, why is our traffic picking up in Asia? And then we got a letter from a teacher in South Korea saying how South Korea had shut down schools in February, and that this is how they were doing distance learning, making sure that the learning wasn't bound by time or space. And I remember talking to our Khan Academy leadership team. It's like, how wild is that? A whole country has shut down its schools physically. And then literally the very next week, we're out here in Northern California, one of the local private schools had to shut down because of contact tracing. And I think they were the first school in the country. And I'm on the board of my children's school, and we started saying, well, maybe that could be us. And so I went back to the Khan Academy team. We have to be prepared for this. Maybe schools will shut down in the US. And if they did, I think it's one of those moments where you kind of look left and you look right. And I think it's going to be us. Like, people are going to want to use Khan Academy. So we got the engineering team to stress test the servers. We started planning for webinars for parents and teachers to understand what distance learning or quarantine learning could look like. And then I think we all remember, I think it was the second or third week of March where, that Monday, California and Washington announced they were going to close. And by Wednesday of that week, pretty much the whole country had shut down physically, and frankly, most of the world. And we saw our traffic about 300% of normal. We normally see about 30 million learning minutes per day on Khan Academy. We were seeing 90 million learning minutes per day on Khan Academy. We saw teacher and parent registrations go 10 to 20x of normal. And so we were just trying to keep pace with that. But when it became pretty clear that this wasn't going to be, I remember those early days, people were saying, well, maybe this is just through spring break. But it was pretty clear that it was going to go at least through the end of the school year and probably even affect next school year, which it clearly has now done. We said we need to create more systems for, and things like assessment weren't happening either, for teachers and parents and students to understand where they are so they can keep learning, they can fill in their gaps, they get as much practice as necessary, but teachers can also keep track and understand what interventions they can do on synchronous settings like video conference. We launched efforts called Get Ready for Grade Level courses. We have grade level courses from pre-K all the way through calculus and stats and math, and we have many others in other subjects. But we said you always have learning loss, you always have gaps. Those things are going to be that much more severe during COVID. So we needed a way for kids to identify their gaps, fill them in, and get ready for grade level. And we're continuing to run in that way. The other layer we've been just trying to do is give a stronger viewpoint of what solid distance learning can look like, because schools have been so caught up with, can they even open, that they haven't been able to think about, well, what's pedagogically sound? How do you pull kids out of the screen? How do you put them into breakout sessions? How do you leverage the Khan Academy type tools for the practice and the supported practice and instruction? And then what do you do when folks are in the room, or I guess you could say the Zoom together?
Yeah. Thank you, Sal. I mean, it's amazing that you are seeing this all kind of happen in Asia right before it happened with us. I think we were all a bit taken by surprise, including our schools and our educators. Kevin, tell us a little bit about the why and how you all have been responding to the challenge in education and the lessons that you've learned.
Well, similar to the conversation that Sal was just talking about, we closed our office on March 10th in Chicago. And the next day, we sent a notice out to our YMCAs that you needed to be aware that you're going to probably have to close. Well, by Friday, 95% of our YMCAs were closed across the country. For us, as a partner in what I call out of school time, because we're a partner with schools, with private schools, public schools, it was significant transformation for us. A lot of the things that Sal talked about, we had to do virtually, partnerships with that. We also were concerned, as many of us were, about the digital divide. So in many instances, we had to ensure that our organization could support the internet capabilities that young folks needed. We also were concerned about their ability to connect social and emotional in the learning process as well. So partnership with schools was important. Doing remote work was extremely important for us. And in addition to that, we had to make sure, because we did do essential childcare services during this time frame, and we had to make sure that we were doing it responsibly and in consistent guidelines with the CDC, because we continue to support the educational process out of the out of school time in that regard. And one example, in our Raleigh, North Carolina YMCA, they talked to the YMCA about a partnership. They wanted us to take on 22,000 kids as part of this virtual learning process. So we really had to connect others to this process to help support around the school system. Secondarily, one of the things early on, I was on a webinar with you guys, I guess it was in the summer, when I was with the Denver Superintendent of Public Schools. She was on with me on a webinar with the chamber. And what I said to her at the time as they thought about how they want to approach the virtual learning process, I said, make sure you connect with the out of school time providers, because it truly is a partnership in order to continue the learning that we know needs to happen for young kids and families. So for us, massive shift, focusing on virtual, being able to support families and kids as they go through this process on a social and emotional perspective. And now, as this continues, we really have to continue to up our game around the virtual process of partnering with other entities, particularly education systems, to ensure our young kids are getting what they need to be successful.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. And I know the Y has been really instrumental in setting up learning pods, sometimes referred to as safe centers for online learning.
Yes.
We've got a few of those here. We're partnering with you all here in Minneapolis on that strategy. And it's becoming, I think we've heard about the haves and the have-nots and the inequities that are becoming more and more apparent during the pandemic, where wealthier families can afford to create their own learning pods, right? And hire their own tutors and support services and teachers and those sorts of things. But, our low-income kids are not able to do that. So organizations like the Y are incredibly important in able to try to address some of those inequities that are happening right now. So related to that, Sal, tell us about why your organization sees digital inclusion and equity as a business or organizational imperative.
Yeah, you can imagine for Khan Academy to do the work for it, we have over 100 million registered users, but our aspirations are for it to be, anyone who wants to learn on the planet. So billions of learners. And obviously, our mission, free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. We have not just an equality lens, but we have an equity lens. Why does it have to be so accessible? And because there's a lot of kids in our country and the world who just don't have access to their potential because of the zip code they grew up in or their parents' income. And that's what we see Khan Academy being there for. But none of that can happen if they don't have sufficient internet access to participate. And this is obviously something that we've been working with, for the last over 10 years. I would say the U.S. has made improvement. When I visited schools 10 years ago, a lot of them, even in fairly middle class or upper middle class neighborhoods, didn't have sufficient internet access. Over the last 10 years, because of things like E-rate, we've seen the digital divide in the classroom setting close. But what COVID has put a big spotlight on, but it's not just COVID. If you really want learning to not be bound by time and space, if you really want Khan Academy to be that, we get feedback, 65% of first generation college students said Khan Academy was the tutor that my family couldn't afford. If you really want that to happen, they need to have at-home access. I can't tell you how many classrooms we visit where the teacher's like, oh, we would love to use Khan Academy. It's giving feedback. The kids feel supported. I get much better data as a teacher. I can let kids learn at their own time and pace. But in this class of 30, I have 3 kids who don't have internet access at home, so I can't use it. And so if there's a silver lining behind what's going on at COVID, well, the horrible thing is the stats you mentioned, 25, 30, we've seen school districts 40, 50% don't have sufficient internet access. The silver lining is what y'all have been doing, we've been seeing around the country and really around the world, industry, government, philanthropy, really bending over backwards, having more energy than I've ever seen to really close the digital divide. What I remind folks is, these stimulus packages we're passing, even 1% or 2% of one of those packages would probably solve the issue at a home situation. But if we do that, then that's going to really allow a lot more kids to benefit, not just from Khan Academy, from the entire internet. It'll benefit, and not just from an education point of view, their parents or them will be able to find work, will be able to engage. I mean, right now, if you don't have sufficient internet, just to even engage socially is very difficult. But, I think a big piece of that, the YMCAs of the world, our library systems of the world, that's why they're so indispensable because, for many other reasons, but for that reason, especially because that is where kids need that support, because we're also seeing, even where there have been heroic efforts to get the digital access to kids at home, New York City distributed 300,000 laptops, LA 200,000, they still saw 5-10% of the kids be disengaged because they didn't have supports at home. And so that's why it's really important to have programs like YMCA and other places where those kids can get the support and the access.
Right. Yeah. And I think you bring up a really good point that it's not just about getting the technology or the internet, but it's also giving the families the opportunity and the students the opportunity to learn in a learning environment that is conducive to that. Right. And I know we've had, Best Buy, we've had a lot of requests for noise canceling headphones from families because, the kids just don't have a quiet place to study and to learn. And many libraries are closed, which again makes it super important, why organizations like the Y have stepped up to be able to provide this important resource. So Kevin, what is it about this transition to e-learning that's sort of surprised you the most, and its impact on children, teachers, and caregivers?
Well, surprised me the most is that, first of all, as we talked about, advancing equity in all aspects of community life is an important aspect of what we do. It is absolutely, when we think about how do we engage folks, how do we build that spiritual mind, body of our young folks, making sure access. And when we look through all of the programs that we do, equity is part of it. I think the big thing that has surprised me is that, one, while there has been heroic efforts to get that access to folks, their ability to have support to get it done is where we need to focus on the most. We have to ensure that young kids have the support they need to advance. That has surprised me. The one other thing that has surprised me is that as we do this work, we can see the benefit of it. We can see how kids can prosper effectively, how they can use this stuff effectively. So closing gaps for all of us is an important opportunity to help kids reach their full potential. So all of those things have been important to what we do as a collective to ensure that young people reach their full potential. And for us, we're looking through everything through an equity lens. In fact, as we do our work, we're saying, how do we ensure that what we do is equitable to all the communities and individuals upon who we work with, and to ensure that they get the kinds of support we know they need, because we believe all kids have unlimited potential, and the opportunity to open that door for them and be able to give them what they need to reach their full potential is a key strategy that we work with all communities.
Yeah, and sticking with you, Kevin, for a minute, related to that, tell us about some of the partnerships you've been able to develop during this time, and how you're working with others to address this issue. Absolutely.
One of the things, and not only from a standpoint of digital perspective, but COVID has taught us a lot as we work through this particular partnership. As all school districts we're engaged in, we have a partnership with the Girls Inc., the Boys and Girls Club around STEM and STEM Next to ensure that young kids get what they need from STEM perspective. COVID, we have fed more than 5 to 10 million kids because of what we're doing, because we know that schools are closed. They're not able to get food. So we're opening up. We have 1,100 sites that are feeding kids and families on a regular basis. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to get blood donations and things, because we know that this kind of work in this particular environment is so key for us to advance community in what we know is an unprecedented time for us as we're dealing with COVID. So the partnerships are absolutely important as we continue to do this work. And as I said earlier, it's out of school time that's important, because we do summer learning loss as well. So it's the out of school time is where we partner with the districts and others in the educational sphere to do what we know they're going to miss from that environment. And the other thing that I think is important that we're learning, quite frankly, is the mental health issues that this COVID-19 is putting on our young people. Yep. We've seen this. It is because human nature needs human contact. And the fact that so many of our kids are in an environment which they're not used to, they're showing up, and they're showing up in some mental health issues that we know are prevalent. And much of it is a direct result of the significant change that they're having in their lives and what COVID-19 is doing to them. So partnership in the mental health space is an important aspect of what we need to deliver to help kids and families get through this very unprecedented time and how it's affecting their normal lives.
Yeah, another great point, that kids are really suffering. I mean, I think, we as adults are struggling with lockdown and isolation, but kids in particular are really suffering. And so much of those types of services have in the past been provided in school buildings, with support of adults around them. And so now being able to fill that gap is really important, both digitally as well as in after-school programs. Sal, let me ask you this kind of big question. Do you think we've narrowed or broadened the digital divide since the beginning of this year?
Well, I guess it depends how you define that. I mean, at a high level, I think we have narrowed it because, the telecom providers have done, I think, the right thing when it is getting access. There have been huge laptop distribution programs, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the caveat, the asterisk I will put on that is the use or the benefit of digital, I actually think has widened. That even though you have gotten more laptops out, more internet connection to a lot more folks over this time period, I think middle income, upper middle income families have been able to get more benefit from the digital tools they had than other families. You mentioned the pods they've been able to set up. They've been able to, take higher tutors who might be in another country who zoom in on to help their kids one-on-one because they already had digital access for several years now. They already were, in many cases, pretty used to the tools. Their kids were already at schools that were already using, my children's school, it's Khan Lab School, I helped start it. You could imagine they already knew how to use these digital tools. So when COVID closed, just like that, they didn't miss a beat. Those kids kept learning. While a lot of other schools, even if you had a laptop at home, even if you had internet access, the school wasn't used to using this modality. And so the gaps widened. So the physical devices, the internet access, I think that's narrowed and hopefully that keeps going. But the use of it and the benefit from it, I'm afraid has widened, at least during COVID.
Great. Yeah, it's really interesting. And okay, in the last couple of minutes, I told you I'd ask you a surprise question, both of you. So I'll start with Kevin. Look into your crystal ball. What's the future hold for digital learning and education post-COVID? What is going to look like? What's going to change, maybe for the good or maybe not?
I think for the good. This is just me being the internal optimist that it is, because I do think that the fact that we have this particular issue is going to make sure that public schools in particular, and those folks who have not had the experience that some of the other middle and higher income schools have, they realize that this will happen again. I listened to Bob Johansson, who does Institute for the Future, and he talks about this as being the novel coronavirus. We're going to be in this situation again. And I think that schools and others who have not had the opportunity to prepare will prepare based on the experiences that they have. And they know this for us too. We know the virtual space is going to continue to be an evolving entity that they have to spend some time and effort on. So I do think public schools and others are going to have to spend more time on preparing their teachers for this kind of environment, because I don't think we've seen it in the last time. So I'll end with that. Next.
Great. And what about you, Sal?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about the issues of COVID. I think the silver linings are more energy than ever to hopefully close the digital divide. We're going to need help probably from a lot of the folks listening right now. You're seeing more services, both in the physical setting and in the virtual, between the YMCAs and the Khan Academies, and we'll also need your help. I'll ask for both organizations as the heads of not-for-profits. And you have a whole generation of parents and teachers who've been thrown into the deep end of the pool with technology. That's been very awkward and uncomfortable and suboptimal in the short run. But in the long run, I'm hoping it pays dividends. The activation energy for using these tools will be hopefully lower in the future. And, to Kevin's point, I think you're going to have hopefully a lot of schools will retain some of the capacities and the things that they've built right now, where, a lot of schools, they're having some kids present, but some kids virtual. So they have to support both at the same time. That's always going to be useful. It's useful for a snow day. You could keep, all the schools are like, we've got to keep kids learning all the time. Well, we've always had this thing called summer vacation. How do we keep that going? Maybe it's through a combination of the Khan Academy and the YMCA. Actually, I think that'd be a really good combination.
Sounds good to me too.
We have to talk after this, because actually I've been dreaming about that combination well before this panel. I'm not just saying that because you're on the Zoom, Kevin. But but how do we make that the expectation? Because people are realizing this isn't acceptable, that learning can't continually happen wherever you are, whoever you are. But I hope that that's the silver lining that we get out of this.
That's great. See, there's a light there at the end of the tunnel. I appreciate you both so much. Hopefully this will end in some fruitful conversations about working together. You can throw Best Buy in that mix as well if you'd like to chat with us about this too. But thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. Really appreciate it, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is how we recognize our heroes. The ones who see a need and answer the call. The ones who rise up and stand in the gap. It was true yesterday. It's true today. It will be true tomorrow. We want to thank all our community partners for their service.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Moore, the President and CEO of America's Charities, and I'm excited to be here today with Elise Cohen, the Vice President of Social Impact for Rare Beauty, and Allison Hill, the Head of Diversity and Social Responsibility for Work Capital Group. Welcome. Together, we're going to examine how the private sector can help their employees and others by providing emotional, mental, and financial support during times of hardship. And unfortunately, many today are experiencing this due to the pandemic. The pandemic has amplified economic uncertainty, increasing the importance of how corporations support their internal and external communities through emotional, mental, and financial support. Elise, let's start with you. What are the implications of what we're experiencing from an emotional wellness and mental health perspective?
Sure. Well, thank you, Jim, and thanks to the Chamber for having me and for hosting this conversation. So a lot of us know that even before we were experiencing the pandemic, 1 in 5 adults in America experience mental health issues, and 1 in 25 experience severe mental illness. So statistically, the issue around mental health and emotional well-being has actually always been incredibly prevalent, and something that corporations and stakeholders should have been addressing a long, long time ago. And so now that we're experiencing a pandemic, and those numbers are shifting because in many ways we all have mental health. And so everyone is experiencing a shift in their everyday routine and structure and things like that. The prevalence of mental health is growing. And so for us at Rare Beauty, we launched Rare Beauty with the purpose of focusing on addressing mental health and well-being. And the pandemic has really catapulted that conversation in ways that, we never could have expected. And so while we focus on supporting communities and mental health externally, we are also acutely aware of making sure that as a brand, we're walking that walk on the inside now more than ever, and coming up with real innovative ways to really make sure that we're staying connected and know how to talk about this conversation.
Great. Elise, thank you so much. And, these times have certainly created a lot of uncertainty, a lot of stress, and, both just emotionally, physically, and financially as well. Allison, how is work helping employees cope with these new unexpected hardships that place undue financial stress on them and their families?
Yes, unexpected indeed. And thank you, Elise, for all the work that you're doing from a mental health perspective. Rourke is a private equity firm. We want to be really good investors, like the recent fund Duncan deal. But the other thing that's really important to our founder, Neil Aronson, is how we operate. And we really live and die by our core values. They're the cornerstone of our culture. And one that has become very popular in these times is good partners in good times, great partners in bad times. And when everything became clear in March that, wow, this is going to really impact our portfolio of companies, we're gyms, we're restaurants, kind of the bullseye of the pandemic, if you will. But Neil called me and was like, Allison, we are going to have so many of our people affected due to no fault of their own. What can we do to help? We've got to figure this out. And so we got to work trying to see what could be the most impactful. And we decided to raise relief fund money because it's flexible. You can buy diapers, medicine, food. It's very quick to get to them. So we set out to raise $5 million, which we raised internally with our small firm, plus some close partners. And we actually made it all the way to 8 million. And then we dispersed that out to our portfolio companies. And surprisingly, only 3 of them had relief funds, but thanks to actually America's Charities really helped me in short order to stand up 14 portfolio company assistance plans that will now live on as a legacy for their employees. And so, not to turn the tables on you, Jim, but I do think that it is so helpful to know that you don't have to understand all the legal complexities, that there's a way to outsource this that's extremely beneficial to companies. So would love to hear your, if you can explain how that process works and the benefits, it would be great.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Allison. We're actually working with over 100 companies today providing employee assistance funds. And as you mentioned, the program is there to allow companies and their employees to support their coworkers who are experiencing a financial hardship. And even before the pandemic, over 40% of Americans couldn't cover a $400 unexpected emergency expense. And we know that financial challenges are a leading driver of stress, which in turn impacts employee productivity. And through an EAF, companies are able to help alleviate this hardship and stress and demonstrate they care about their employees' well-being. And as I mentioned, the need for these types of programs, is abundantly clear. In just 2020 alone, we've processed over 16,000 financial assistance grants for our clients. And the impact and difference this has made is evident as, these folks, they have one less burden to try to figure out how to manage. An EAF it's a meaningful program that can provide much needed financial assistance to employees and their families. And when a company leverages a public charity to establish and manage and administer their program, they're essentially relieving them of all the administrative burden that's associated with the program, all of the regulatory and tax issues that come with these types of programs. They're borne by your outsourced partner, your public charity, and can make it very easy for a company to get this type of assistance into their hands of their employees very quickly, efficiently, and economically. And so, those programs are designed, really, they're targeted to meet the financial needs and help alleviate that financial hardship situation of their employees. But Elise, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about, how can companies, what can they do to support the mental well-being of their employees more, and even their broader communities, particularly during times like this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll share a tidbit just about our brand and about a fund that we launched actually before the formal announcement of Rare Beauty, which is the Rare Impact Fund. That is our commitment to raising $100 million over the next 10 years to support mental health organizations, innovations that really focus on underserved communities. Through that commitment, our sort of baseline commitment is 1% of our annual sales help to support the fund. And then we're really looking to partner with individuals and corporations who share in this mission. So that is something really strategic that we're doing on the outside with a really strategic and specific grant making strategy. We also, at the same time, as I mentioned, want to make sure that we are walking the walk and are truly transparent. And so early on, a couple of weeks ago, we started a partnership with NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. And they have a process in which brands and corporations can partner with them to become what they call a stigma-free brand. And it simply allows you to start on this journey of conversation with them and figure out an action plan that works for your employee base and for your leadership. And for many companies, that may look like something different. For us, we're starting with a couple different pillars. We're starting on policies around things like no internal meeting Fridays, adding mental health days in addition to sick days, so that we're really shifting culture and policy, and people understand that mental health is just like physical health, and we should be able to say, I need to take a mental health day. We're also in the process of starting to train our entire employee base around mental health first aid training at work, and that simply that doesn't make us all first responders. It makes us all able to have comfortable conversations and understand how to be good leaders and how to be good coworkers. we're also focused on making sure that we're consistently communicating what our benefits are. Oftentimes, we start as a new employee, we learn about our benefits, and then we never hear about them again. And it takes a lot for us to sort of dig in and figure out, what do we have? So we're consistently both communicating our benefits, but then also looking at different ways to add different platforms to our portfolio of business of benefits that address the mental health of our employees. And especially right now, there's a lot, we look at things like apps, we look at things like, are there stipends for at-home physical fitness because we're no longer going to gyms, and oftentimes that's a benefit. So a lot of things like that are things that we're really focused on doing. And really through our commitment with NAMI, they also help us make sure that we're communicating the right messages and we have the right evidence-based resources to communicate with our teams.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Elise. And I think, one of the things that you mentioned, I think is very important, and that's taking, a flexible approach to what you're going to be doing and, understanding the nuances and the differences of your own organization and your organization's culture. But that also speaks to the different demographics that exist within your organization and within the community. And we know that the economic repercussions of this pandemic are greatly impacting young workers, low-income families, and women. What can we do better to acknowledge and support these groups? Allison, I know you've given this some thought and some action as well.
Yes, absolutely. I have a couple examples, one at the private equity level and then one example from a portfolio company. But I think the relief funds are a great way to address the low income, all those groups. But specifically for women, two examples to give, and I think it relates back to what Sal Khan was talking about as well, in terms of the millions of students that are now at home and moms are having to be teachers, right? In addition to all of the other household duties that the gender equity reports say that women do more of. So one thing at the Rourke level that we did is we have a community of our top level portfolio leaders. So there's about 70 women, and they say it's lonely at the top, right? And we purposely made this a community versus a moment in time event so that these women could really lean on each other. So of course we talk about business things like growth transformation, but we also use this time to connect in a very safe space where you can show the softer side of being human. And I think the leadership qualities and resilience that's been needed during this time, as well as, all those extra domestic duties. I got a note from a CEO last week that just said, thank you so much for this group. Like, it's meant everything to me. So I think that emotional connection is really important. And then one thing that I see at the portfolio level, Elise, some of this you were talking about for your organization. I've seen more mental health programming, bringing in guest speakers, changing of some benefits. Then also a super cool creative solution that I saw most recently was by one of our companies, Inspire Brands. And the CEO, Paul Brown, noticed that, yes, like all these parents are having to be especially the women, right, are having to be the teachers. So they set up inside the corporate office a social distance safe tutoring system. They call it Young Achievers Academy. It's 3 hours a day. So anyone can come and use these tutors, have their child get, the discipline that they need for schooling. And then that parent can focus on their work. So I think listening and just observing what is going on and being able to either leverage the women's group, for example, for this cultural moment, or seeing a solution in a portfolio company like that is going to give you better productivity, better mental health, and a good benefit for the family.
Wow, those are some great examples, and some things I think, Allison, you'll be able to do and probably are already doing at the portfolio level is leveraging what you're seeing in some of your companies and bringing that practice to the other companies as well. And hopefully, through events like this can help share some of that information and, maybe trigger some additional ideas out there. Elise, what are some of the things that, you see happening or can be done to help, address some of these specific groups that are being impacted more so than others?
Yeah, what's interesting is a lot of times, we always forget, and that a lot of times the answer and the solutions are in our own employee base, right? And so often we're so worried about surveying our teams to actually find the real solutions that resonate with them, when in fact all we need to do is ask. And I think a lot of times we try to create meetings and opportunities for folks to share, but what we see works better is, doing an employee survey and giving them options and finding out what are our employees' challenges, and what are the things that they're looking for. And oftentimes they're actually way simpler than we think they are. And so that is something that we think about a lot. We think about consistent communication and talking with our employees. We are a growing brand. The majority of our employees, believe it or not, have been hired during the pandemic. So that's really, really interesting for us. I've never met most of my coworkers, and most of us haven't met each other except over Zoom. And so when you think about that, and you think about how many people have just been alone in their apartment, and we don't know one another, we look to surveying, and we look to asking questions, and really, really garnering real conversation that we wouldn't often have because we're not having hallway conversation anymore. And so for us, that's where we find a lot of our answers. And that's where we really sort of determine what's really going on at home and how can we be supportive. And one of the biggest ways is really flexibility right now. I think everyone is dealing with a very different at-home routine, whether it's parenting, whether it's caretaking. Schedules are shifting. Folks are just, they're serving so many different roles, and flexibility really goes a long way.
Yeah, that's fantastic. One of the other things that we've also seen as a need that people are having, and that employees are expressing, is a desire to help. Right? They want to be able to do whatever it is that they can to help, the situation beyond some of the things that can do with masking and social distancing and things of that nature. A lot of companies have had volunteer programs. And those are undergoing significant change. We're seeing a lot of, virtual volunteering starting to emerge and take place, a lot of skills-based things, being facilitated through, online platforms like Zoom, and then leveraging employee giving programs and really kind of promoting them across the organization, saying, hey, this is something that we have that's here. You can help these nonprofits that are actually supporting and helping some of these efforts. We heard earlier from the earlier session with Khan Academy and YMCA as two great examples, and there's many others that are out there. Setting up COVID relief funds, things of that nature, is just another tool that companies have at their disposal to give their employees an outlet while also looking for ways to support them through the efforts that you guys have given great examples of. So where can companies go to learn more about putting these kinds of efforts in place? Elise, I'll start with you.
Sure. So from a mental health perspective, I would certainly recommend the National Alliance for Mental Illness. They are busier than ever, both from an issue perspective, but also from a private sector engagement perspective. As I would absolutely turn to them as a core resource for materials, for ideas, for other brand partners to talk to that may be experiencing similar things to your own organization, similar size, similar industry. So that'd be, if I needed to distill it down to one organization, I would recommend NAMI. And then I would certainly recommend talking with us if you're interested in this issue as an external sort of, issue for your organization to get involved in supporting.
Fantastic. Thank you. Allison, any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Because I think one of the things that I see sometimes is that companies feel like they have to be the ones that are funding everything. And I don't know about other cities, but in Atlanta, for example, the United Way is a wonderful organization. Just being able to promote their services in your organization with their 211.org, or you can dial 211 and they connect you to food banks and services that you need. but also just recently in Atlanta, they have to give away $22 million by the end of the year for housing grants related to COVID. So I would say look in your community for other services that are there and don't feel like you have to carry the weight all by yourself.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. And I know if you want to learn more about the employee assistance funds, you can actually visit the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's website. All kinds of great materials there, as well as charities.org. Elise and Allison, thank you so much for your thoughts and expertise on this important topic. And I also want to thank the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for allowing us to share these insights with you. On behalf of our panel, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca Chesney, and I'm a food anthropologist and a food systems designer with IDEO. And I am so glad to be here today with Lisa Zwack, who is the head of sustainability at Kroger. And I have the privilege of working with Lisa and the entire Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste team through the IDEO Circular Economy of Food Collab, which is a network of organizations that comes together to design solutions and learn together how we can accelerate a shift towards a regenerative food economy. So we're going to be sharing a little bit about what we're learning together in that work and the many other efforts that Lisa is involved in about advancing a people-centric circular economy. So Lisa, I want to start by asking you, what is the circular economy and how does that connect with your role at Kroger?
Great. Rebecca, I just wanted to say how pleased I am to be on this in this conversation with you today, because I was just remembering that it was almost exactly a year ago that we were in Boston together, where I met you for the first time in person. I was doing my first design sprint with the IDEO Collab. So I feel like the timing is very good, even though I wish, of course, we were in person versus, online. But anyway, so yeah, when it comes to the circular economy, I really think of that as moving away from more of the linear, take, make, dispose model, and thinking how we can find better, end uses for the materials and things that could otherwise have, become, gone to landfill. And this connects really well with our Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste social impact plan, which we launched just about 3 years ago. It's really our vision that we can support and create communities free of hunger and waste. And so I think this connects, very closely to that. We have set some really ambitious targets in terms of donating more meals, so 3 billion meals by 2025, achieving zero food waste. And, the way that we bring these things to life really is reflective of the circular economy. It's rescuing food through our food rescue program. It's making sure that we're recycling any food that we can't sell or donate in our stores. It's, we've also set new sustainable packaging goals in the last several months. So again, reflecting the kind of work that we want to do to make sure that we're recovering more materials for better end of life opportunities and reusing them more responsibly. And one way that we do that is obviously through innovation and the partnership that we have with Collab, and the finding that opportunity to think more holistically and in a more innovative way about how we can find more circular solutions for food that might otherwise go to waste.
Exactly. And I think what's so wonderful about combining someone like you with the deep expertise in sustainability and that kind of human-centered approach is, even though the circular economy is about reducing waste and rethinking materials, underlying all of those challenges are the people. It's the eaters, it's the people who are making decisions inside food companies, it's packaging designers, it's farmers, and the constraints and choices that they make. And so a lot of what we're doing is looking for the human side of some of these really big systems challenges. Yeah. And so you mentioned in the last couple of months that you've started this new, you've set some new packaging targets. I'm curious, with all of this work that you're doing, how did the pandemic in the last few months impact that? Did it slow down your ability to drive innovation towards a circular economy?
Yeah, it's a great question. Certainly as a grocery retailer, we've been very fortunate in that we have been able to stay open and continue to serve our customers and communities. And, we're very grateful for that. And certainly while some things, we have shifted how we've done certain things to, address the business essential, things that we need to manage, like making shopping environments safe for our associates and customers, and adjusting supply chains, to adapt to what the current or most pressing needs are. The really positive thing is that we have maintained our commitment to sustainability. That really hasn't wavered for us. And, me in my role in particular, like I have continued my focus on figuring out what our future should look like. What should our packaging goals be? What should our carbon commitment be? What should our no deforestation work look like, into the next 5 to 10 years? So I think that has definitely demonstrated that we are committed, and we'll continue to be so. And we have had, some interesting, opportunities along the way too, to flex during the pandemic while continuing to serve our customers and be more sustainable. So, for example, I know there was some concern earlier on in the pandemic about, the transmission of the virus on reusable bags, for example. But, we're very committed to offering our customers that opportunity. And, we did our research and looked at what the data was telling us, and, conferred with our internal subject matter experts, and decided that we still want our customers to be able to bring that sustainable, behavior with them, into the Kroger store. And so we said, you can keep bringing them in, but you just have to bag the groceries yourself. And that way our associates could also feel comfortable if they were worried. Another thing too is as I said, the supply chains have seen some shifts. Sometimes there's not enough supply, sometimes there's too much. And in one case, with dairy, for example, once the pandemic hit and some industries were starting to shut down due to closures or stay-at-home orders, then suddenly there was too much supply and not enough demand, for example, for dairy. And so we have this great existing partnership where some of our suppliers already donate milk, and that we process, we donate the processing, the effort and the packaging through our 19 dairy plants. And then that donated milk goes to benefit communities where we operate. And so we actually took that opportunity to use that partnership, but we expanded it to include additional suppliers and used more milk. So we were able to donate, I think it was around 50,000 gallons per month in the months of May through August, in addition to what we normally do during the pandemic. So that was another way that, things were changing, but we were able to maintain our commitment and even amplify what we normally do to further benefit our communities, but then obviously reduce waste too, because that milk would have been disposed of if we couldn't find a better outlet for it.
Yeah, I love that example. I remember seeing the articles about milk being dumped and, and wondering what's going to happen to all that milk. That's right. And I love that example because a lot of what circular innovations can be about is in what ways can we leverage existing infrastructure or unused capacity in existing infrastructure so that any new models that we're creating, whether it's reverse logistics or something else, doesn't actually create even more emissions and create more problems as we're trying to solve another problem. So it was interesting to see how the pandemic shows us how organizations were able to use existing factories, existing infrastructure to very quickly adapt. And that's something that we've seen with beer companies making hand sanitizer and those kinds of other efforts. And then I'm curious, the ability for you to partner with suppliers kind of upstream in the supply chain very quickly to move that milk. And it sounds like that was already a little bit in place, but the ability to scale that up is incredible. And now that we're a few months into the pandemic, are you starting to see partnerships or other types of things that might shape how the industry works going forward? What might we see that could be different because of the pandemic?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I mean, I think generally, like, we think of our corporate responsibility as, E, S, and G, so environmental, social, and governance. And, I think those have all been present, for many years. But I think the focus here has really, the S, and E, S, and G has really risen up more to the top. I think when, and that's for many reasons. It's, we're in the middle of a public health crisis. So everyone's very focused on people and health and, better well-being, for all of us and for a number of reasons. So I think that's definitely changing. And then, like, our focus on diversity, equity, inclusion continues to grow. And I think that's true for many organizations. And we're really trying to invest in that and, continue to solve the problem of food insecurity and food access, because I know that has also increased in the last many months too, just as our living arrangements and the way that we exist has changed too. But really, from a partnership perspective, so much of the work that I do in my role is really focused on partnerships. I lead in a central role, but I need all my internal and external partners to make the commitments and the strategies that we put in place happen. So it's working with our internal partners, like when we set our new packaging goals, it's working with the manufacturing team and the sourcing team and our brands team and many others to really make that happen, because they own that work day to day. And then similarly, we're very excited to have external partnerships. When we launched our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste social impact plan, we said from the beginning that this was not something that we could do alone, and that we really needed our partners and new partners, existing partners, all the partners to come in and to be part of that process. And so that's where, like, the work that we do in the IDEO CoLab is so meaningful. And it's a chance for us to work with your design experts and other companies and other, people who we bring into the design sprints to really think more creatively and open-mindedly about what does the future hold and how can we think differently. And I always like the opportunity to bring in our internal subject matter experts to those conversations too, so that they can have that space to think about how things could look differently, down the line. So I think that's huge. And then obviously we partner closely with the Chamber of Commerce Foundation on the Beyond 34 pilot. And that's another way that we're kind of convening multiple organizations around the way, like, how can we work together in a city to find scalable solutions that can increase the recycling rate. So they have been a really excellent partner in terms of convening many people and organizations in Cincinnati to think through, like, how do we make communities more circular? How do we adopt more recycling rates and change behaviors and provide the infrastructure that's really needed to make that happen?
Yeah, it's so great that you've mentioned the policy side. You mentioned even internally our brands and procurement and other teams at Kroger. And so, I think a lot of times when people hear human-centered design, there's sometimes kind of an assumption that really means user-centered or consumer-centered design, which is very important. But if you think about something as complex as the food system and so many of these other really complex industries, there are lots of people involved at various stages, whether it's a farmer, whether it's someone who runs a procurement team at Kroger, and their constraints, their decisions, those are the kinds of things that also ripple through the entire food system. So it's really about thinking about aligning many stakeholders together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very true.
And, as we think about shifting towards a more regenerative economy, it's a challenge because we're kind of building the future while living in the present. And so much of the reasons why our food system has all of these challenges is because of the decisions that we made in the past. So how do you navigate kind of being between two worlds and getting us towards that future as a leader?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, as I mentioned, the partnership is really crucial. And making sure that we maintain open communication and, like both internally and externally, but at the same time, it's sort of looking back to, like, what can we learn from the past and take the best pieces of that, but then really think forward looking too, to say, hey, what's coming? Like, what do we need to be mindful of? What are the opportunities that our stakeholders are sharing with us, and just making sure that we are communicating that amongst ourselves. And then also just leveraging all the people you mentioned, like our supply chain, our internal partners, and so forth. So it's really including all the people that I think could have something to contribute. And they're just across the board. So many people who can be part of that. And that's what's so exciting. And we love being a convener and also just being part of that conversation.
That's great. Well, I know so many people who have been with us today are policymakers, they're leaders in their organizations, they're leaders of nonprofits. And I think we've all just heard a call to action from Lisa to join Kroger and so many of us who are looking at enabling the circular economy. So hope to see many of you, more of you involved in all of these efforts. So thank you so much, Lisa. It's always a joy to work with you and excited to see what comes from your work in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. It was so great to chat with you today.
Good afternoon. I'm Allison DeCourcy, President and CEO of United Community, the largest human services nonprofit in Alexandria, Virginia, across the river from DC. We have a 51-year history of empowering vulnerable children, adults, and families to improve their lives and thrive. In our service area, we see families and even whole communities that are held down by a sort of powerful gravity. It crushes ambition and feeds despair, with lower income, higher unemployment, lower educational achievement, a lack of affordable housing that exacerbates homelessness, and even a lifespan that is 10 years less than the main of our county, which is the third wealthiest county in the nation. We at United Community call that the gravity of poverty. We accept gravity, but we work to defy poverty, because while gravity is inevitable, poverty is not. So defying the gravity of poverty will require our organization to find ways to lift up the poorest among us. That includes new partnerships and collaborations on a scale we've never seen before or attempted before. And that is why I'm thrilled to be a part of this session, Building a Home with a Heart. Whether it's defying the gravity of poverty or creating a community where all families have safety, stability, and housing, a nonprofit community cannot go it alone. Partnerships, collaborations that we've never imagined before must become reality. And today, we are so fortunate to hear about a unique collaboration in the heart of Amazon's Seattle headquarters, supporting their neighbors in immediate need and helping families transition out of homelessness. Joining us are Marty Hartman, Executive Director of Mary's Place, and John Shetler, Vice President of Global Real Estate and Facilities at Amazon. Marty has led Mary's Place since its inception in 1999. She is a strong, innovative, and convincing advocate for women, children, families experiencing homelessness. John leads Amazon's Global Real Estate and Facilities team with a mission to provide a secure, sustainable, and efficient work environment to accommodate Amazon's massive growth. John is also deeply committed to his community. Matter of fact, his leadership has led to Amazon's collaboration with community organizations like Mary's Place, which we are here to learn about more today. So let's go ahead and get this conversation started. John, question to you, and well, actually, welcome to you both. And John, first question to you. Amazon is really the first company to build a permanent shelter in a corporate office building. Tell us what motivated Amazon to engage in such a way, in such a unique way to address homelessness. And also, as you answer that, can you tell us how you told your CEO, Jeff Bezos, about this partnership and project?
Well, hello, Lisa, and hello, everyone else. And I'm glad to be here today because I love to talk about this story. Amazon was building a campus in the heart of downtown Seattle. We had purchased 3.5 blocks of land that we were going to be developing over 3 million square feet on. One of those blocks happened to have an old motel on it. It was built in the 60s. used during the World's Fair in Seattle in 1962, had been used as a motel for years after that, and then more recently as a dormitory for Cornish College of the Arts, one of our neighbors in Seattle. When we purchased the property, Cornish exited the building and was no longer going to use it as a dormitory. We knew that it was going to, we were going to be developing on the land, but it was going to be 2 or 3 years before we were going to do that. We had to go through all of our entitlements, design a building, and before we would ever tear it down. So I was wondering what we were going to do with that old motel. At about that time, the mayor of Seattle had declared a state of emergency on homelessness in Seattle. I happen to know about Mary's Place because a former Amazonian that I had worked with used to volunteer there in the afternoons. I also knew some people that worked on the board of Mary's Place that were always looking for opportunities where Mary's Place could expand, and they often used buildings only for a temporary period of time. So we reached out to Mary's Place. We gave them the idea, what would you think about taking a motel that would be able to house about 200, 250 family members? They were overjoyed with it. We went hard at work to make sure that the building was all ready, fit for purpose. All of the fire life safety systems were ready to go, made sure the carpets were clean, put some fresh paint on the walls. And we gave Mary's Place this opportunity. I remember I wrote Jeff Bezos an email to tell him, not to ask him, but to tell him what we were doing. After all, real estate facilities was part of my responsibility. The money that we were going to spend on Mary's Place, and for the period of time, it was all within my purview of authority. So I didn't ask, I just told him. And Jeff is always, I mean, I've been with the company almost 20 years. He and I had a longstanding relationship. He responds to my emails in a very timely fashion. And this time he didn't. It was 24 hours, 48, 72. And I thought, oh, geez, this is probably a life or a career limiting move on my behalf. And so I sent him the email again, and I asked his team members, I said, you know if Jeff has seen my email? And they said, oh yeah, he's seen it. He's opened both of them. And I thought, oh, okay. So a day or two later, it was actually on a weekend, I got all sorts of text messages, emails, and voice messages saying, John, Jeff is trying to reach you. So we got together, and he said, now that we've given the gift of housing to Mary's Place, more people probably know about it than ever. And now's the time to double down. He said, would you help me? I want to give $1 million matching for their upcoming luncheon. And it's a personal gift that I would like to give. And I thought, well, that's a pretty ringing endorsement. So we went ahead and we did that. Mary's Place normally made about 250,000 at their annual luncheon. That year, they raised 1.6 million. And then with Jeff's match, they got $2.6 million, and Mary's Place was off and to the races. A year later, I went to Jeff and said, because of the outpouring support, not only of our employees, but the community, let's make this permanent, because someday we're going to have to tear this building down. And so I explained to Jeff what we could do and how we could actually create a home for Mary's Place within our corporate headquarters. And he said, I love the idea. Let's do it. And the rest is history. Sure. So it's been a wonderful partnership with Marty and with Mary's Place. And I'd like to ask Marty if you want to add anything to that story and what it was like the day that we gave you the key.
I do. It is so fun to hear you relive all of those magical life-saving moments. And I will say it's the relationships that we've built together that have really changed lives, and so grateful for our Amazon family in so many ways. But I'll never forget in April of 2017, and some of our Amazon family was there, and we were trying to develop a video to share and showcase a little bit of what was happening in our shelter site, since it had evolved so much over time since we had moved in. And John walked in, and do you remember that? And he had this box, and he said to me, "Hey, I have a present for you." And I was like, "Oh my." It's like, "But I didn't get you anything." And he's like, no, it's okay, sit down. So we sat down together, and I opened this box, and out I pulled this beautiful brass key. And I was like, "This is so awesome." And he's like, "We want to give you a home. We want you to be part of the Mary's Place family. We want you to have a forever home for all of these families, so you never have to worry about where you're going to go or how many families you can bring in. We are on this journey with you." And inside the box was a set of plans for this new 8-story building that we were going to design together. It was just a magical day, and it was so incredible to receive that gift. But I think a large part of all of the gifts we received was part of walking on this journey beside John and his team. He expanded the reach to a larger Amazon family that included architects and construction, and really got us connected. And we did deep dives into together to research, to plan, to really elevate the needs of our guests and our staff, and what it would take to build a shelter that would really reduce trauma, reduce stress on families, and allow them to be together and focus on reducing their barriers so that they could move to housing as quickly as possible. And so it was an incredible journey, and to learn and to really be able to design a shelter that really honored our guests, that provided the dignity, the safety, the security, and the love that they were all looking for. And then we all planned for this great big grand opening in March of 2020. And what we didn't plan for was a pandemic. And unfortunately, at the start of this pandemic, the impact was great in so many ways, as it was for all of you and in your homes and with your families. We just had a bigger family. And so we reached out to John, and we needed to move in earlier because we were closing smaller shelters. We couldn't sustain them because we had to de-intensify. We had to make room for social distancing, and they were set up in congregate ways. And so we moved in quickly without the fanfare, but with a whole lot of life-saving support. And this new building provided, we didn't know at the time we were designing it, but it provided everything we needed to help, help families remain in shelter. Because in closing those other shelters, we would have had to have returned them to homelessness. And as a result of having this space, we didn't return anyone to homelessness. Instead, we gave them a dignified space with their own bathrooms, with large community areas where there was social distancing, with large kitchen space so that we could feed all of our shelters. It has been truly a life-saving gift that offered each family their own private room. And so our saving grace in the middle of a pandemic is really what happened here and was the true gift.
Well, thank you for that. And I apologize for the technical difficulties I experienced. I had to switch rooms. So I think I've caught up with you. As a nonprofit executive, I think that having shelter in the heart of headquarters is important because it keeps the issue of homelessness top of mind for employees and the surrounding community. So, John, how are Amazon's employees involved in this project? And Marty, how do your families feel about it? What is their experience?
Well, Elson, our employees are involved in a variety of ways. You know, we wanted to bring people into the neighborhood to really illustrate our desire to help and support our neighbors. And we know being downtown is important for families, as so many services and public transportation are in close proximity to our location. Our employees are really and not only our employees, but in the entire community, love volunteering with Mary's Place. And that's one of the things that is so meaningful about this partnership. Prior to COVID, our employees worked with Mary's Place on clothing drives, resume reviews, babysitting, baby supply drives, cooking dinners, you name it, they were there. And during the pandemic, our team have provided support to Mary's Place in other ways. For example, our legal team has donated 20 extra laptops to Mary's Place and are providing pro bono support to Mary's Place residents virtually for families in both this shelter and within our campus, and also for other Mary's Place shelters in our community.
Fabulous.
Yeah, for Mary's Place, it's been a true saving grace to have our Amazon family come to our aid in so many ways. Yes, by volunteering virtually now, which was in person before, tutoring, working with families that English isn't their first language, on resume building. We have the HR team doing mock job interviews. We have basic computer skills. We have tutoring for our kids as they're doing remote learning right on site. The Wi-Fi and the technology in the building allowed us to really scale and take that to where we needed to really be intentional about continuing to develop those relationships, because you can become so isolated when you have lost your home. And so this allows us to continue to make that connection, to bring in the hope, the encouragement, and to reduce the barriers these families are facing as they move into housing. But I will say one of the other amazing gifts we received from the Amazon family is this ability to dive into the greater need in the community. And where we have seen gaps in the system, they have been there to support us as we have begun to bridge those gaps. You know, when we first moved into that hotel, we never knew that there were families sleeping outside of hospitals with children on feeding tubes, waiting for more chemo, waiting for more dialysis, and just having no place to go. Those families had sacrificed everything to get their child's miracle. And so with Amazon, when we moved into that first building, we worked and were able to designate, because of the private funding, designate 5 rooms for what we called Popsicle Place and bring in those medically fragile children, make sure they had an address to get home health care. And we scaled from those 5 rooms in 2016 to now we have 30 rooms for those families with on-site medical care clinic, and it has been our saving grace. So that's just one example of the programs that we've been able to build together to really meet the need of our hometown neighbors.
And these are the models that we just need to emulate. That's fantastic. A lot of our audience is in the DC area or visits DC frequently. I'm sitting 5 miles due south of HQ2 right now. John, we've talked a lot about Seattle. What can you tell us about Amazon's commitment to the community near HQ2?
Sure. Well, we're thrilled to call Arlington our new home, and we've loved getting to know the local community. Our community investments are not one size fits all, so it's important for us to truly dig into the needs in Northern Virginia and DC metro area. Some examples of what we've been done so far include, just this week, we announced a new $9 million donation to various nonprofits across the DC metro region, bringing our total community investment in the area to more than $19 million. Mm-hmm. Of that $9 million, $3 million was split up among 4 legal service providers so that they could increase their resources and staff manpower to help support families facing eviction issues during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic as the eviction moratoriums come to a close. The additional $6 million went to community health services, advancing racial equity causes, job training, and economic opportunity, and more. Amazon recently donated more than 1 million and nearly 800 Wi-Fi devices to students across Northern Virginia, starting this school year, so that the kids could learn from home. In addition, since the start of COVID-19 pandemic in Amazon's HQ2 region, Amazon donated $1 million to kickstart emergency response efforts, provided thousands of devices to groups supporting students in need, donated in-cash and in-kind products to local nonprofits, food banks, paid local restaurants to prepare for delivery of 10,000 lunches and dinners for first responders, frontline healthcare workers, and vulnerable neighbors, and to fund delivery services to provide for more than 50,000 meals to 60,000 pounds of food. As you can see, we're just continuing to do as many things as we possibly can. The needs are going to vary day by day based on whatever is coming up. And I think our organization is ready to stand in and to help out. I'm super proud of what we do in our communities, and I know that we'll be looking to be more involved in the coming area. And I just have to say, stay tuned.
I know that we are at time. I do want to pose one more quick question to you both. Broadly speaking, what suggestions do you have for local businesses, nonprofits, governments, those of us who are listening to you all both talking? How do we work together, perhaps in ways we haven't attempted before, to tackle the challenges that we're facing, that our communities are facing?
Marty, do you want to go first? Or I'd be happy to. I think most importantly, is to be opportunistic. You know, our partnership with Mary's Place grew out of having a vacant building and then the ability to build a new shelter inside of a new office space. Not everyone has a new building at their fingertips, and that's okay. Think about what your company can do and to get uniquely involved and how they can offer needs that are not currently being met. And get creative how you can make it beneficial for your community. We should not all strive to do the same thing, but lean into what you're already good at or what your employees uniquely offer. Build relationships. I can tell you that I personally, as being a longtime supporter and a fan of Mary's Place before Amazon got involved, I've long been impressed with their data-driven approach, their creativity, and their heart. This partnership could not have grown into what it has without this strong baseline relationship. We've worked together a long time to get to this point. We've built trust and respect and the healthy dialogue over the many years, and that's helped us build to this point of being strong partners.
Thank you. I would just add that as a nonprofit, to dream big. And I think that's what we've learned from Amazon, not to dream with just in what you have and to live out of scarcity, but put your needs out there and put your vision out there. Our vision that no child would sleep outside has really helped elevate the need in the community and help others to know how to respond. And that was a large part and contribute to John for teaching us and guiding us along the way and not being afraid to mentor us. So it's those relationships that change lives. It's the only thing that ever has and ever will. So don't be afraid to begin to ask for your needs to be met. It's what we do every day at Mary's Place.
Great. Well, thank you, Marty and John, for all you're doing in your community and inspiring us to do more in ours, to dream big. To the rest of you all, please enjoy the rest of your time here at the conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you, John. Thank you, Marty, and thank you, Allison, for that great session. It's no coincidence that Allison and I had the same last name. Allison, great job. Dinner's on me tonight. And thanks to all the speakers today for inspiring us to show us how they can make impact and how we can make impact into our communities. We'll be back again tomorrow in the general session at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern to really answer the question, how we can chart a resilient path forward together. I hope you'll join us. We'll see you tomorrow.